All right, thank you. Hello. All right, good morning, ladies. Good morning, Grandma Yemisi Ransom Kuti. We really appreciate you today. We'll just start immediately while other members of the platform will be joining us as we continue. Thank you so much, Grandma Yemisi, for availing us your time today to have a fireside chat with us. Ladies, we are glad to have her here today, the person of Mrs. Yemisi Ransom Kuti. So very shortly, I'll be taking her profile. After that, I'll hand over to her. All right, thank you all. The profile of Miss Yemisi Ransom Kuti. Born into the family of late Azariah Olusegun and Mrs. Folorunsho Ransom Kuti, Yemisi had her education in both the UK and Nigeria with degrees and diplomas in business management, aesthetics, counseling, and human resources management. Olutola Oluyemisi Ransom Kuti, mother of four and many grandchildren, was born on the 18th of December 1947 and grew up with her cousins, Professors Olikoye Ransom Kuti and Wole Soyinka, Fela Anikulapo Kuti, Beko Ransom Kuti, etc. She is the granddaughter of late Canon J.J. Ransom Kuti, only child of late Azariah and Folorunsho Ransom Kuti, and is the current head of the Ransom Kuti family. Her career saw her working with multinationals, ministries, broadcasting stations, and international organizations as national coordinator, managing director, marketer, newscaster, and producer, chief executive, director general, and consultant. Organizations she worked for included Shell Nigeria Limited, now Cornwall, Institute of International Affairs, National AIDS and STDs Control Program, Federal Ministry of Health Social Services, Western Nigerian Television Station, and Western Nigerian Broadcasting Station, International Institute for Tropical Agriculture, IITA, BBC London, and the World Bank, to mention a few. The former founder and executive director of the Nigeria Network of NGOs and senatorial candidate for Lagos Central during the 2011 elections, has held the following positions. She also currently serves on various boards and institutions listed below. Chief Executive, Ransom Properties Nigeria Limited. Consultant, World Bank, Second National Urban Water Sector Reform Project. Member, National Council, NEPAD, African Peer Review Mechanism. Member, National Steering Committee, Second African Peer Review. Co-founder, trustee, Lagos Island Connect. Co-founder, Lagos Civil Society Partnership. Member, Youth Investment Africa. Member, Board of Trustees, Generation Enterprise. Member, United Nations Task Force on Hearings for the High-Level Plenary Meeting of the 65th Session of the General Assembly. Member, Job Creation Committee of the Ministry of Finance, Federal Government of Nigeria. Member, Bring Back Our Girls, Women for Peace and Justice. Facilitator, Governance and Institutions Policy Commission, Nigeria Economic Summit Group. Chairman, Lagos Chapter Coalition for Issues-Based Politics and Good Governance. Research Associate, Center for African Policy and Peace Strategy. Chairman, Lagos Island Residents Association. Her love and interest in emancipating the less privileged continues to motivate her as she voluntarily works, mentors, and donates to many organizations such as Soroptimist International, Campaign for Democracy, Committee for the Defense of Human Rights, United Action for Democracy, Girl Watch, Sickle Cell Club, Cosmopolitan Women's Club, and the Nigerian Network of NGOs, amongst others. During the Abacha days, Yemisi used her energies and resources in the struggle for democracy in Nigeria. At the peak of the junta, she wrote to the Queen of England and the British government threatening to return the MBE honor given to her father to the British Parliament. If Britain did not intervene in the crisis in Nigeria, this resulted in increased pressure from Britain on Nigeria to resolve the political crisis. Her incarceration of her way to attend the Beijing Women Conference and subsequent release inspired and increased her interest and resolve to continue to fight for the development of the Nigerian polity. Her leadership qualities has been applauded and immortalized by the establishment of the YRK Leadership Awards to deserving civil society organization leaders in 2015. A member of Ikoyi Club 1938 with reading, dancing, music, swimming, and traveling as her hobbies, Yemisi has won many laurels and awards for herself in this and many other aspects of literary and social activity, such as gold medalist, London Academy of Music and Dramatic Arts, first class certificate drama at Bristol Eastedford, and civil social activist of the year. Ladies, kindly join me as we make welcome of our great speaker for today, our own very dear Grandma Yemisi Ransom Kuti, a grandma that I respect so much. And I know that you have a lot to learn from her as she takes us through this fireside chat today. Grandma Ransom Kuti, I am so glad that you are here with us today. I do appreciate you for your time here. Like, I'm so well aware of your busy schedule and the way you look so young, like I know that we have a lot to learn from you today, and both intellectually, physically, in every aspect. Already you are radiating with great beauty, strength, and I know that we are in for a great ride today. Thank you so much for your time here. Over to you, ma'am. You're most welcome. I appreciate you greatly.
Deborah, thank you. I feel even younger with all the wonderful accolades that you have poured on me. I love being with young people, and because you are the present and the future of our country, and your energy is what actually will define what we become as a nation. And when I met you, I felt very confident and happy that our nation is in good hands with people like you, who are obviously not just interested, but ably qualified to lead our nation. Because without young people's capacity, your energy, your creativity, and innovations, we will not be able to solve the problems that we have in Nigeria today. The platform, I believe, is going to be talking about digital technologies. That seems to be the topic for today. And most certainly, the world has moved on from the early days where we depended only on our physical and technical uh, uh, um, abilities. We are moving on beyond that. We are moving on to the kind of, not just the basic technologies, but things like AI. I mean, my generation is probably way behind and will probably not be joining you in the AI revolution. We're happy to just stay on WhatsApp, but the horizon has broadened tremendously. And this chat today, I want it to be very inclusive because it's about tapping into the experiences that our generation has had. We fought for the democracy, as you have heard from Deborah. I was tear gassed, interrogated by the SSS. We went, the history of all the rallies and all the people arrested and jailed. So a lot of sacrifice was made by our generation to make sure that you have this opportunity, you have this democratic space, which is inclusive, which is an opportunity for everyone to participate in the development process. So I'm really more interested in the challenges that you are having and how we, our generation, can support you in garnering the information that is out there, sharing with you the challenges we had to overcome what was a very, very old and primitive way of engagement. I mean, one of the opportunities that's now available is what we're using now, which is all these Zoom and virtual platforms to engage effectively with each other. So really, I mean, our background, our history is well documented, and I'm sure you guys appreciate the sacrifices, the fact that, we went from a more rural economy to this very much more modern urban way of life. Now, how do we take advantage of that? How do you take advantage of? How do you find the partners that you need, the funding that you need to progress not just your personal lives, but to make a very, very important input into national development? How do you choose the kind of career that is needed in developing the country? How do you find other partners who can collaborate with you to ensure that your enterprise is not wasted and that you are able to navigate some of the challenges that you face? So I want this to be more of an inclusive engagement. I want questions from you. So I'm going to turn it over to Deborah now to manage that segment of this chat.
All right, thank you, Grandma Ransom Kuti. All right, so ladies, we have a great wealth of knowledge that we can learn from today, and this has presented us with opportunities for us to come up with questions that you have as a woman, as a leader or an aspiring leader, what you would want to be addressed from someone who has had expertise and has a lot of experience from life. So this is a great opportunity for you to send in your questions or raise your hand to be able to pose those questions as we get the answers. Of course, you should know answers we're getting here are not answers crammed from the books. This will be based on real life experience. So please, let's go ahead and make it very interactive. It's to be a fireside chat. Is someone raising the hand? You can raise your hand. We'll give you the mic to be able to ask the question. to be able to ask the questions. Yes. Anita, are you raising your hand? Okay, so so after that, the rest of you keep bringing in your questions, and we'll give you the mic to speak. And of course, from our end here also, we'll be able to send in some questions, and I know that we'll have the answers from Yemisi Kuti. Anita Abul, right? Okay, you can speak. Go ahead, Anita. Anita, we can't hear you. Okay, Anita, go ahead. And then I saw that Nimat raised her hand also. You've been enabled to speak. You've been made co-host. Kindly go ahead and speak. Nimat, Anita, go ahead.
Can you hear me, ma? Good afternoon, ma.
Very well. Good afternoon.
Yes. I'm really opportune to be part of this session, and I must appreciate our host for giving us this opportunity. Personally, on my side, I am a woman of 40 years, but the fact that I really love to to thrive in whichever little way I can. That is the reason why I decided to be part of this program internship, and I find it very, very enlightening. So I personally, on my own hand, I want to ask from this, in fact, this tech, while I was in the university, I used to hear some of all these things, but I was like, as a law student, I was like, can I go into this then? I didn't know that there is actually a intersection between law and this tech world. But I now realize that as time goes on, I saw so many young lawyers, young law students going into some of these opportunities, and I feel so trained. So what I now want to say is this: at this junction, I want to ask: is there still the avenue for me to still explore myself in this area of law, to be able to advance myself technologically? Because I really feel so excited that there is this a kind of opportunity that one can actually go on, and then you'll be able to address yourself, to educate yourself, to move on with whatever knowledge you think is beneficial for you as a lawyer. I must appreciate our host. I must really thank you so much. I'm very, very excited within my heart, and I want you to use this opportunity. Perhaps maybe there could be some other trainings you could give us, or some other ways you can be our mentors in such a way that we'll be able, what you desire, your vision as regards bringing up this internship will be actually realized, so that you're not going to have big law techs. So let me just permit me to say this. So that is why I feel I must thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Well, the legal profession is a huge pillar for the development of our country. I'm happy that we have ambitious young lawyers like you on this platform. And of course, one of the things you also must do is being part of the reform of the legal profession, because as you know, there are many challenges. The current Attorney General and the new CJN, Honorable Kekere, is really doing a lot to see how that can be reformed. Because if that sector is reformed, then the trust in our system generally will be published, and business will have confidence to come. We're all saying we want FDIs, foreign direct investment. Well, companies, particularly those who have a lot of um, resources to invest, don't want to go to an environment that is uncertain, particularly regarding legal frameworks. So that is an avenue that you must personally pursue within your own sector. And also, knowing that trust is the most important currency in any engagement, whether it is personal or business, or in any kind of relationship. The first thing that one should guide and guard very seriously is trust. You cannot deal with someone that you don't have full confidence in what what they're saying or what they promise. In our generation, your word was your bond. If you say yes, it is a yes. It is a, you don't have to sign a document. If you say no, it's going to be a no. So that's one very important aspect of what you should be working at, to make sure that your profession and you as a person, as a lawyer, is a trusted individual and a professional. And that's another thing. Professionalism, not this anyhowness. You've done something, okay, we've done it somehow, and okay, let that one go. That has to go. We have to be a nation of citizens that are professional in whatever they do. They do it to the max, so that by the time they deliver the goods, whoever is at the receiving end will be happy that, oh, they had that person deal with their issues. And also, I mean, with all professions now, tech, having that ability to use the various technologies that are available to make your work faster, to make your work more robust, to make your research more complete, is something you have to engage with. There are several organizations that are engaging women in the whole spectrum of their professional life. We have Women in Successful Careers, Whisker, we have WIMBIZ. So there are so many that you can, those are two prominent ones that you can join and begin, because they now deal with not just your career, but your other aspects of your life. Because as women, we we have to multitask. We look after children, we look after the home, we look after our careers. So how do you manage all this? And you need tools to be able to do that. So organizations like that will take you through the whole spectrum of finding out who you are first, who you really are. That conversation with yourself to know your own aspirations, the kind of things that make you fulfilled, make you feel happy, and the ways that you can, and avenues that you can go to look for support in one way or the other, whether it's in the professional or even the recreational. Where do you go to just chill and and have time off from all the challenges that you face as a woman, the aspects of just looking after your mental health, your spiritual health, your physical health, because you have to be physically fit to actually cope with all these looking after babies and work and all the rest of it. So those are the organizations that are looking at how they can support women to have a more fulfilling life. And I'm so happy that you are one of those who say that you want to learn. Learning is a lifelong experience, and the things you bring into it, critical thinking is important. You must be a critical thinker, because life is a problem solving exercise. No matter what generation you are born in, a different set of challenges are going to come. There's no point in human history where everything is fine and rosy and all problems are solved. As we're speaking, some other problems are cooking up that are going to land for human beings to solve. So that is part of human existence. It's a natural part. And a lot of people spend time lamenting, oh, this thing is happening to me. Why? I can't, it must be somebody doing something to me. No, 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 no. Challenges are part of human experience. And it's a problem solving exercise. So the sooner you learn of solving problems, when the problem comes, you don't waste your time just lamenting. Immediately you kick into your mode of, okay, what are the 1, 2, 3 things I have to do? Who do I have to align with or approach? Where are the support systems? You have to train your brain to begin to think that way, so that as soon as a challenge comes, you don't just get weighed down by it. Immediately you kick into that ability to solve. And so you need your communication skills, you need your advocacy skills, you need to be in a group of other people who are also like that. So you must join, your friends always define you. If you are among friends who are always sitting down and saying, oh, and gossiping or thinking of, the more irrelevant parts of life, or you have friends who are always, moaning about this, what happened to you, somebody did this to me. No, 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 you have to circulate, you have to be in a circle of friends that are also forward thinking, who are saying, okay, what are your challenges? This is what I can bring into it. This is my experience. This is how I solved it. Maybe it will work for you. So those are the kind of people you should surround yourself with, so that you have an inclusive group that is going to work to make you as a collective better people. And then always remember that values and ethics should be the bedrock of whatever decisions you make. Anybody who's advising you to cut corners is not your friend. Your name will be your gateway to whatever success you have in life. So make your name based on ethics and the right values, and never give up. Never feel that, the world is all on top of your head. No, everybody else has challenges. So yours is just your own little bit to carry. So, like I said, I've given you some ideas of how to engage with others and the kind of organizations you can join to help you to be more, to have a bigger pool of ways to address those challenges, and the kind of support systems that you need to get through. And then have fun all the way. Always spend your day finding a little bit of time to laugh and just say, I'm alive, I'm happy. So many people are facing horrendous situations, people in Ukraine and Gaza and all of that. So we are really blessed in Nigeria, although parts of Nigeria are also facing those kinds of issues, but it's not as devastating as some other parts of the world. So those are some of the hints I have for you. I hope I have answered your question adequately. Thank you, Nimat.
Thank you so much, Grandma Yemisi Ransom Kuti. Nimat, I believe you've gotten great answer, great insight into the question. All right. Yes, please let your emojis come in here. Thank you so much for this great insight. I know some other persons have raised their hands, which we've made co-hosts. They'll go ahead with their question after this. So I really appreciate you, Grandma. And I want to ask, because one of the purpose for this platform was the fact that, like I spoke with you, some of the lessons I've learned from my own personal life, lessons in these few years of my life on earth, right? And then knowing that, of course, working in alignment with what God has really ordained, that I should take the lessons from my own life story to be able to help the next generation also to connect the dots, especially in light of this digital economy. So part of the things I identified in the course of my moving around and trying to find my feet back then as a young lawyer was the fact that there was quite a deficiency, or probably a gap rather. There was a huge gap in terms of women in leadership within the legal space. Because I recall that most of the law firms that I submitted not less than 40 CVs to, I really never met a woman who was at the helm of leadership that could actually tell me the kind of stories or some of the reasons that I was being given. I went to some firms, and even some of them were tier 1 law firms that already I had the promise from very prominent persons that, when you get to Lagos, you'll work there. And I get stories from some telling me, you know, you're a woman and you know, you stay far away, you know, you have a husband now, you have a child now, or you are pregnant now, and you probably won't be able to, you know, face this work very well. So at some point I had to plead to want to prove myself that, no, don't worry, just give me a trial and I will be able to cope. The distance notwithstanding, the fact that I'm now pregnant notwithstanding, or the fact that I have a young baby notwithstanding, but all this didn't work out for me. But I still believe that everything worked in alignment with God's plan for me, right? So in the long run, when this platform was to start, I now realized that in the times of my struggles and the hustling and bustling and all the rolling that I had to get through, I wish I had seen a woman. You don't even need to have gotten to the very highest top, but that will be at the helm of, leadership, and be able to probably put a word and be like, oh, if I was able to walk it to this level, then I'm sure that someone as passionate as this and willing like this, we can give her, even if it's a week trial. I wanted even a day trial. I didn't get in any of this, in any of the firm. Now, I'm not blaming them. Then I realized that, does that mean that with all the thousands of numbers of women, if you look at the statistics, large number of women go in to study law and come out as lawyers and come out with good grades for that matter. And at the end of the day, like I said, it was like I was going for job opportunities every day that I go to submit these CVs, and I didn't really meet a woman. And so, but I was well aware of the fact that some women were within the ecosystem or within the leadership, radar, but were not probably. I realized that they were only representing, they were not actually participating in terms of leadership. No say. That was what I realized from my own personal experience. And so I really want to get maybe like a deep dive from your wealth of experience here to help shed light and give a great insight on how these young ladies, including myself, can actually navigate this space, and which is one of the things that give me the courage to build these women that are not just going to be representing in any industry or in any opportunities or space that they find themselves, but we actually work with the mind that they can lead. But of course, not leadership with competition, whether with men or women, no, but leading in the true sense of leading. And that's why I am so grateful to know someone like you who has led you. I mean, you live by examples. You've led in several positions, helping to, create impact. And so I know that we have a lot to learn from you. And so how you were able to navigate all this. I mean, if in my own few years of life, I had that kind of experience. So I want to believe that in fact it would have been worse during your own time. And then of course you were able to navigate all this and still put yourself in a place of leadership, leading with purpose and making the kind of impact that you have made, and you are still relevant at this time. In the past few weeks, I know how many panel sessions that Grandma Ransom Kuti has been available for, right? And so she's not old and irrelevant, not at all. If you're talking of old and young and relevant and impactful, this is her personified. Right. So please, we want to hear how you were able to, lead with purpose, and then how this can actually shed some light for these ladies to gain that confidence and be not to be just satisfied that, we were able to get a crumb of the bread, but we'll be able to actually be at the table to actually lead in the true sense of leadership, thereby paving way for others coming. And that's what God has been able to help us do, to create that platform where we can lead from our own space space even when you're not given the opportunity, and how we can actually navigate the space, especially in light of the digital economy. Thank you so much. That's a question before we take Joy or Anita. Thank you, Grandma Ransom Cutie.
Yes, let me address that first. In fact, I just came back from Abuja yesterday. There was a program organized by the French Embassy on feminism and creating a safe space, a feminist cities where women have a lot more influence, space, freedom, and stuff like that. And so very pertinent to the question you were asking was the discussion we were having the day before on Thursday at the French consulate. And the word feminism, I always raise objections to labeling, in that once you label something, then there will be people outside and there might be conflict around the understanding of the cause. So, but the cocoa I want to kind of bring to this platform is that women are the gender that has been empowered by the Almighty to produce children, men and female, and men and women, boys and girls. And the men and women that we see in the world today are the ones we have produced, particularly us women. The culture we propagate and inculcate into our children are mostly those propagated by their mothers. So women have a lot of central positions and roles to play in shaping how society develops. Historically, and again, this is what I will urge everybody on this platform, you need to research, you need to learn history, you need to find time to understand how humanity got to where it is. So you will understand why things are the way they are. So it won't puzzle you or shock you. You may not like it the way it has evolved, but at least you will understand it. And because you understand it, you will find the tools to engage and change it. Now, having said that, in terms of the fact that we women are the ones who have pivotal central positions in shaping society, so we have to ask ourselves the question, what are we not doing? What are the things we need to change in terms of the way things have been done in the past? Now, in the Ransom Kuti family, you were brought up to be a human being first, not as a girl or as a boy in a box. So the boys were all taught to cook, to clean, to be part of the household chores. The girls were taught to also do the other things that were supposed to be the male set of skills. So by the time you matured, you are able to do both things. You are able to be part of the culture of the society. You were a thinker. You were somebody, because our parents, if you ask them a question, you now go into a long debate because they want to know your views. They want to have your input. And so that by the time you come to a conclusion on the question you have, you are able to take responsibility for it. So that it's not that your father just told you that you must do this, or your mother told you that you must do that. And at the end of the day, you say, oh, why did they tell me to do this? So that is the culture and the nature of the way we were brought up. Both male girls and boys were equally respected. Both were given what we call life skills. So you are not restricted to the kitchen. neither are the boys restricted to changing tires or doing other things that boys are supposed to do. Everybody learned how to manage life. So those are the things you must begin to think of as you have your children, as you are bringing up your children, because the changes you want, Deborah, are maybe generational. It's not likely to happen just like that. It's the fact that you now have brought up enough females who are also looking at life differently. In the generations in the past, women were taught all you need to do, I call it the Cinderella complex. look for Prince Charming, get married, and live happily ever after. Somebody else will look after you. That obviously has changed. I mean, it's not just a Nigerian thing, it's a global thing. Or if you read history enough, you find that every culture, every society has been through that process of finding ways to manage its own societal norms. Now, there's a very good book I would love any of you to get hold of. It's called Sex in History. The sex is not the bed one, it's the gender one. Sex in History by Ray Tannehill. And in that book, there's a whole study of how societies evolved that balance of gender. And in matriarchal societies like Ghana is a matriarchal society. So the women are very powerful. Women don't have the conversation about they're not allowed. They're already completely in very powerful roles in all sectors of the society. So in matriarchal societies like Ghana, they evolved into that because they were more commercially oriented at the very beginnings of their national development. And so in those places, women were already trading, traveling, so there was a lot more freedom for women. So naturally, as they evolved, the women found themselves, taking over, a lot of these important national and professional duties. In agricultural societies, where land was the issue and the people wanted to prove the rights of who owned this and who owned that, we now found that patriarchy became more of the culture of that society. So it's not like it's written in stone that societies, the men must lead or women must lead. It grew, it evolved organically from the kinds of activities that particular society was engaged in. And if you look at the earliest tribe, which is still documented in history, it's the Hadza, Hadza, Hadza tribe of Tanzania. If you look at how they evolved, or even up till today, they don't have a gender problem. Women do whatever task is natural and they are gifted to do. Men do the same, and everybody complements everybody else. No area is superior. So people find themselves not having those barriers that you're talking about, and are able to get the support that they need from whoever is there to give that support. So in a country like Nigeria, where we have different cultures in the north, in the south, in the east, and elsewhere, we also, as women, have to begin to have that discussion and become more organized ourselves about discussing how without condemning, because if you don't condemn something, it means it never worked. No, it worked very well for maybe a few hundred years for the people that lived at that time. But as society evolves and new challenges come into the society, I mean, even in Europe, the women did not have the freedoms that they had until they had a war. When they had the First World War and women were now sent into factories to be part of the building of munitions and working to create bombs and bullets and whatever it is, Then emancipation, the fact that the women now went out, were now workers themselves. Those issues now led to the whole suffragette, the emancipation of women in Europe. So these circumstances are organic. They mean things that may come from outside that jolts that society towards creating a more equitable society for both male and female, or it can be organic based on the awareness that, look, you have 50% of your society that is one gender. Why would you not, utilize and capitalize on that capacity to ensure that you have a society that now produces? Because what, at the end of the day, what do we want as a people? We want a productive society where we are able to harness the abilities of male, female, and whoever, even those who are physically challenged, the children, the young, the old, those who are, like you are saying, that a lot of people my age will give up and say, oh, I'm too old to do this or that. No, we still have something to offer the society. So how do you create a platform where people feel included, where people feel that they're also respected, and that their contribution is acknowledged and honored as well? So what is going to happen is that we, the women, you, Deborah, and all the women of your generation, have to have that consciousness that it's not that men deliberately somehow want to oppress and suppress women. This is something that evolved because we found it expedient at a particular time. We brought up our boys to think that they were born to be the head, and some people say the women are the neck. I don't. Where am I? Am I still with you?
Yes, very well. We can hear you, ma.
Okay. Women are one side of the brain and the men are the other side, and the two have to work together. We have different skills, we have different excellent attributes that we can contribute and complement each other, so that there's no need to fight over anything. And when it comes to professionalism, it has to be by merit, not by gender. So women who want to lead, that's what I have found, that people only take you seriously if you are able to demonstrate your capacity. You are not in your position because you're a woman. You are there because you are able to deliver, and you are able to stand toe to toe at the very, very, top level of any activity or any endeavor or any profession. So because you are a little bit behind in terms of how things have evolved, maybe you have to work a little bit harder. You have to spend a little bit more time on tooling and retooling, learning, relearning, unlearning some things, relearning some things. So it's like a daily work that we as women have to do to constantly make ourselves abreast of issues, listening to the news, listening to international and global affairs, understanding what climate change is all about. How does it affect your profession? Understanding what is all this human rights they're talking about. After all, we're human, we're already human. Why is it? Go and study what the history, how come we have got to this stage where we actually have to put instruments into place and conventions into place to say, let us recognize what it is to be human. And if you are human, these are some of the elements that you have rights to. And as women, we have to understand those rights. Women have to be at the forefront of ensuring that everybody is taken care of. Nobody is being oppressed. Women, abusing their house helps, or, the people that they work for them, are they taking care of their rights? Are they respecting those who are less qualified? A lot of women, I find, because you are qualified, you're now a doctor or a lawyer or something, you think you are more important than the laborer or the plumber or the teacher or whatever it is. So women have to be at the forefront of leading this inclusive society we want to build. And by building that society, the brightest and the best, whether they're male or female, will come to the fore. So you won't have that conversation about, oh, why isn't there a woman to lead me? Because the person that is leading will already be able to do the things that you want them to do, will already be open to giving you those opportunities that you want, whether you are male or female. And you will not feel that, oh, only when I have a woman who is in place, who is the head of the profession, will I get the kind of support that I need. And as women too, as we get ourselves ready to take those positions in terms of our professional capacity and our understanding of where we want our world to be, have to take that extra step to groom other women. We don't want women to step into places that they're not capable of handling. We don't want women to get there because they are women, as we don't want men to get positions just because they are men. We want qualified and empathic, compassionate human beings to be in positions where they will nurture the brightest and best of all of us, so that we have a society that is competitive. So that is why what you have in the rest of the world. Women are not everywhere in America. Women are not in I mean, America is even more backward. Let me not talk about America at the moment. They're in my bad books because of the last election we had. Let's look at Europe, where they have spent a lot of time really creating space. If you look at the Scandinavian countries, they've created the space where women are able to rise up to whatever level. And like I said, the foundation of how the women rise up, the foundation of what they're taught at home, the kind of self-esteem they are given, the kind of tools and opportunities that they are given to become whoever they want to be, not from a very, very early age, to have limitations. Because when you are born into an environment where you are already told you are a woman, this is as far as you can go, then it's an uphill battle to get yourself to be, the number one in anything. You already think that, oh, this is as far as I can go, or my role is just to get married, have children, and have a lovely husband that's looking after me. Then I get angry when he marries a second and third wife, because I no longer have the value that I should have as a person that must be respected in the society and in the relationship. So those are some of the issues we and young women like you have to really have conversations with yourselves about, and say, okay, this is now what we want to be. This is the next generation of citizens that we want to produce, because we are the producers of human beings. Let's face it. Our husbands help with a bit of their time and money and effort, but in terms of production, it is still the women that have the organs that produce children, and we are the ones who have been given the responsibility, that must find the time to nurture these children. We are the ones who spend most of the time with them in their formative years. So our capacity to produce, first of all, produce only the ones we can manage, instead of having 10 children and you don't know what to do with them. Have the numbers you can manage, and then the time, and picking the right husband, the supportive husband, who will also help you in this very, very, very important task of the human productive factory that we have, to produce the best and brightest, the most educated, the most human, the most ethical, those who are respectful of other people. It's in the homes that these factories are. So we women have a lot to do to make sure that we produce the women, that we rise up, and we produce the men at the same time, that will rise up to positions of leadership, where a Deborah, a Sarah, a Yemisi can go, and they will find the support. They will be recognized for the capacity, and they will be selected by merit. They will not be there because somebody has sent the letter, or they know the uncle of whoever is the partner in the group. That's the kind of meritocratic society we want to build. And we women have a huge responsibility from ground level, from making sure we ourselves are, have the capacity, have the knowledge, have the historical, have the evolutionary thinking and the critical thought to see how, okay, this is how it was done. It is not really working as effective as society evolves. And we have to evolve it in the direction that will be fair and just for all, right? So we can all be happy. I hope that's answered your question, Deborah.
Wow, very well, Grandma. Thank you so much. That was so deep. I'm taking my notes here, ma. I'm taking my note here because I can't allow this number of years and wealth of knowledge and experience come here and I would just waste it away. Not at all. Thank you so much. And of course, I did pick a lot of things down. I'll just recite some few ones. You did say that we have to really be conscious of the fact that we should not think that men are deliberately trying to relegate women to the sideline or anything, and which is in alignment with what I do say on my platform. Like I tell the ladies and I tell myself, I do not see men as, they are not competitors. In fact, what I have seen from this platform is that 99.999% of the support I get on this platform is from men. Yes, ma'am. From men, the people that have tried to pull me down, even when I just reach out to be like, can you help Grandma Ransom Kuti? I have reached out to other women that are of your age before, and I knew how one tore me down, ma. You would think I was asking for money. I have never asked anybody for money for this platform, just your time to come and share with the next generation of female legal talent, of those that will lead, women that will know that there's more to them in terms of this life than just to, like you said, the various beliefs that people feel, like the Cinderella syndrome you said earlier, feeling that, oh, once I just study. I recall back then in school, a friend was just like, oh, she's just waiting to finish this whole thing and just get married to a very wealthy person, and that was all her dream. And so we want to build those who are empowered, who have the capacity, because the thing is that what will become of the men and women is still in the hands of women. Just like you said, that we are the ones who produce, we are the producers, we are involved in the production. So what we inculcate in these children as girls and boys is what they will come outside to replicate. Take an example for some of the firms that were telling me, they haven't given me a trial. They were even telling me, Deborah, you have a good result, but now we can see that you just got married and now you are pregnant. We want to believe that once it's 5 p.m. you'll be looking at time to go home. And when I gave birth to my first baby, they're like, oh no, you'll be thinking of going to pick her from daycare and the rest of it. And I said, just give me a trial. So now the thing is, it all started from what you said, how we build and the kind of training. You made mention of something, Grandma. You said in the Ransom Kuti's family, you are first trained to be human, irrespective of whether you are a man or a woman. So it starts from the home. In other homes, you are trained to be like, this is the role of a man. This is strictly what you should be doing. And this is what the women should not do. And even when you are older than the men, you will still be like relegated relegated to the back for your brother or your cousins that are boys, irrespective of your age. So those defects come from there. And so I have realized that we have more support from men than from women in most cases. And that's why this platform, what we try to do, I do say that I realize in my few years of experience that most of the issues we have are usually from us as women. And I said, so if we take that intentionality to recreate ourselves as women and take the responsibility to know that we need to, like this emerging tech space, I told them, you don't need any extra effort for a man to plug into opportunities like this. But for we women, we want to stay, we want to think the unthinkable and feel that, no, it's not for us, it's not for me. And you start complaining and be like, I don't have the opportunity. But nobody is going to push you in if you don't push yourself. But of course, for the rest of us that God has put in the place to perform that, to create that platform and push them in, you still bring them in. Some will still, we have thousands or we have not less than 400 persons that were supposed to be, that were onboarded on this particular edition. Now, see the numbers that are here, right? While we understand that some have other commitment, the thing is that there's a level to which you must take that responsibility to make sacrifices, to building yourself, to learn from those who are ahead, and knowing that any opportunity that comes to you, or it could be just one word from this platform today, hearing from experts and people that are of impact and influence like you, will really help to chart the course of the next generation of women. Others realize that I know of people that are on this platform that have reasons not to be around today, but because they are committed, like you said, like that life is about commitment to lifelong learning. Now some of them are here because they respect that fact that they owe themselves that responsibility. And you mentioned something also, that people will only take you seriously if you are able to deliver. And so as women, only when we realize that we need to build that capacity, and when you build it and men see that, in fact, they are ready to really collaborate with you, they are ready to push you forward. It's when you make yourself or represent yourself in the other way around. Of course, this is without prejudice to those who probably try their best and still fall victim of one assault or the other from men. But generally speaking, if you take yourself seriously, they will take you serious. And I will recall, and I would say, on this platform, for some of the friends that I got rejected by at that time, some have been able to support this platform to come and speak, and were encouraging me that, Deborah, this is a great thing. Now, so they realize that, oh, you were not able to get into their own industry or their own firm at the point, but you have created something and they are ready to work with me. And these are well-respected, highly respected persons in the space at the time. And he said, wow, this is a great thing, I will come. And that's a mail. So when he saw that, oh, even the excuse that life was giving me was not pushing me back, and I created something, he was around for the pioneer stage, for the maiden edition, and he was like, this is a great thing, and I'm ready to be a part. Whenever I'm available, I'll come and all that. And so if you take yourself seriously, even excuses cannot deter you from what you can achieve as a woman. And we must know that it behoves on us to be able to produce and build those that have capacity, and that opportunities won't be given to us based on our agenda because you are a woman, so they'll just put in word. But it's about capacity, because like Grandma said, she said, we don't want to put those who don't have that capacity there, because the thing is that it will even go in the long run, they'll be like, hey, you see, women, they're canvassing women for women and all that, and the next thing they just, so we want to build those that are that have the capacity, and then of course we produce those that we can manage. So as women, you want to lead also, you want to do great things. Don't just go on there and feel, oh, now I have finished, I'm going to give birth to the whole world and the rest of it. Those that you can manage, because it is those you manage well that you release to the society to also take care of the society. And most of the vices we have, like she said, everything starts from the home. And then I know that Grandma Ransom Kuti mentioned things about picking supportive partners also that will help you to build. I believe it's about supporting your vision also, and then building the right capacity from the home. And so I really want to say a big thank you. I jotted a lot down, so I don't want to take over the conversation because it's about learning from you here today, Grandma Ransom Kuti. So I really appreciate you. It's been a great wealth of knowledge you are dishing out to us, and I want to say a very big thank you. So we have a couple of persons that raised their hands earlier before I threw these questions out. So Anita, if you are still on the call and you want to go ahead with your question, there was Anita, there was Joy, Josiah. Are you still on the call? And whoever is available that raised the hand earlier, please go ahead, and you've been afforded the opportunity to speak with a great grandma of influence that will help to, direct your course as a woman. And all these nuggets, all these life lessons shouldn't be taken for granted. And I know that the sky will just be your beginning. Joy, go ahead, please, if you're available. If not, let's pick another person. Joy, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Here. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Please
And
go ahead.
Yemisi, it's such a great privilege to be with you in the same room. Yeah, this is
Joy,
my
can you
question.
work on your speaker?
Okay,
We
can you
can
hear me?
barely hear you very well. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma. It's such a great privilege to be with great women in this room. So I understand that we rise by lifting others. My question is, how do you balance achieving your goals and trying to lift other people? Sometimes it could be really difficult. I've been in small groups where I had the privilege to lead people, and you're trying to pull other people up. How do you how do you balance? How do you manage people? How do you nurture or impact others that are unwilling? Or how do you go about managing people when you're in the position of leadership? This is my question.
Thank you, Joy. Yeah, we all face that. It's when you have a country where there's so many that are disadvantaged, and you don't have a social security system, you don't have the government putting in place enough opportunities. So you have so many that have these challenges. And the first advice I give anyone is to be strong yourself first, because you cannot give what you do not have. You cannot just deplete a well that is already dry, so to speak. So the fact that you have that, you've taken care of your health, you've taken care of your physical capacity, which means your exercises. So these are all about time management. You've taken care of the times. You also need to replenish the knowledge, the skills, and all the stuff that you need to be that strong person that can deliver on your own goals is important. It's important to have some tools. Maybe you've written your marketing skill. What are your marketing template? Okay, what is your business template? What is your sort of long-term, short, medium, and long-term goals? You have a template to actually put in place some markers. Where do you want to be, and what are the things you need to do to get there? So if all those things are in place, you also have to find that time. If it is 1 hour in a week or more, or whatever time that you will now, because you're obviously somebody who's passionate about helping others. So you will not feel complete if you are not doing that. You will feel that there's something lacking. Even if you are succeeding in your own goals, you will feel that there's something left out. You still want to be able to help others. So you have to, that will be your own CSR, corporate social responsibility, that you feel responsible for your society. And it's important for all of us, because we must all see ourselves as Mongo Parks. We are just landed in a country that has to be completely rejigged, reformed, because what we've been doing up to now has not really worked for us. I think we're all agreed on that. So at this stage, we're now at ground zero. That's why all these reforms are going right, left, and center, and it's affecting all of us. Now, being at that ground zero means that we now have to have new tools to engage with that new vision that we have. Your time that you have to spend to also engage with the system, because helping one or two, three people is okay, but helping to reform the system that will make it possible for those people to also get the support they need from the system is very, very important. Like one of the things Deborah said is my work. I mean, I've worked at the Global, I've been at the World Bank meetings, IMF, I've been part of the Vision 2020, I've been part of the African Peer Review Mechanism, I've been part of launching all these wonderful policies. But even at state level, I've been part of a lot of the policy and strategic developments. But it was clear that at the local level, we are not having the impact. We're spending a whole huge amount of money, but the results are very minimal. So that's why, beg your pardon, that's why we created something called Lagos Island Connect, which is something that can be replicated in every local government that you live or work, where we engage with the local government. We engage with the stakeholders like the chambers of commerce, development partners, professionals, people who can actually bring the expertise to bear on how these reforms can be managed at the local level, so that those reforms will take so many people out of the poverty trap, so many people out of the this dysfunction that we have, and also build the capacity of that local government to address a lot of the issues, whether it is in training entrepreneurs, in funding loans for businesses, in all the support. If you go to, I'm sure a lot of you have traveled Europe and elsewhere, it's the local government that people go to get either information or resolution of various issues, whether it is water, drainage, power, all of this. Is the local government that has little business councils where businesses can go and get information about what was
Because when you are valuable, even a lot of things will come to you, right? So remember this thing I'm telling you now. Don't allow anybody to force you, or anybody to, or even your own mind. Because nobody may force you, but your mind can be the thing that I want to meet up. Oh.
Now this medicine, when they call no medicine, now we carry come from that.
Sarah, please mute yourself.
Okay, am I back on?
Very well, Grandma. We're sorry about that.
No, not at all. Now, so that work is something we all have to do as well. Wherever you live, organize a little bit to see how you can stimulate the system itself. That will take a lot of work away from individuals like you and I, where people are coming individually for one thing or the other. So that's very important, that we do spend some time to find out how we can make the system, the government system, work to take care of the majority of the issues. At the same time, there will still be the need for individuals like you and what Deborah is doing to see how we can organize better so that we can capture those who are also desirous of getting to the next level, of getting more specialized, more, fine tuning around issues around leadership, women's development, and stuff like that. So what Deborah is doing is fantastic. So there's a whole group that is also supporting and inclusive and is sharing information and building capacity collectively. So that's important. So that time that you must find for it has to be something you schedule into your own timetable. It is something you are intentional about, that look, 5%, 10% of my time, I want to spend it on helping others, whether it is in the voluntary work or in the charitable sector or in one-on-one, creating a little group like this Zoom meeting we're having. you as an individual can have a group of people that also have maybe once a week, once a month, pick a topic that maybe one of the members have found challenging and have a Zoom meeting around it so that you're having a collective discussion around solutions. So I hope that's giving you a few ideas. But management is very important. How you manage your time, how you manage to schedule it so that nothing kind of falls ahead of the, below the cracks. You cannot spend all your time trying to support other people and not spend enough time on your own professional and development and other areas. So schedule. I love organizing. That little thing on your phone that tells you the day, the time. You have to work with it. It's your partner, so that you know the time that you have free on any day of the week or year, that you are managing that time, managing your schedule, so that, and then schedule a little bit time for yourself, that little time that you also need to recharge, to reflect, to really recharge your energies, your time, your power. You repower yourself, and we all need that. So don't also neglect the time you spend with yourself, but managing your time, managing your schedule, and also understanding or finding out which other organizations are out there, so that when somebody says they need XYZ, you can say, oh, this organization is best placed. Why don't you join either Wimbies, Whisker? There's a lot of female organizations now, particularly for females. The men have theirs as well. In fact, what the men do? They have their kind of master groups. Like in Lagos, there's a code something or the other. They identify the young boys who look like they've got some talent or some capacity, and bring them in. Even it's not the young boys that are looking for somebody to help build their leader. The women have organized themselves in such a way that they identify these young boys and begin to give them that. You see why the men are ahead, eh? You see why they're ahead. So that's what we should be thinking. How do we identify, even before the young girls understand that need, that they want to be leaders, to spot them, to headhunt them and say, okay, right, this one is going to be a good leader in future. How do we bring them in and support them? So there are lots of organizations that women have to match the men with. The men have their clubs, Yoruba tennis. They're all doing leadership. They're all bringing in young boys, young men to become part of the community of male leaders. So women have to do the same. We have to, as Deborah is doing, creating groups that is identifying young women who will have those needs. And you as an individual, it's now easy for you to say, okay, why don't you join this group that Deborah has? Why don't you join these other groups? And then collectively, we can, and as your generation is beginning to become leaders in your own right, you are the one leading the space. You are the one challenging the course of the future that you want. You can work together, make sure that there's inclusivity and a consensus, and you create a big tent for young people, young women in particular, who want to do a little bit more than the ordinary, who want to lead, who want to become governors, who want to become the president, who want to be the leaders in the entertainment industry, the leaders in the tourism sector, and the leaders in the plumbing sector. The leaders, there was a young lady they used to call Lady Mechanic. She was one of the most prolific mechanics in Lagos at the time. I don't know what's happened to her. It was the foreign embassies who spotted her and started supporting her. But we as females should know that every skill is important. Somebody who's an expert painter, or an expert shoemaker, or an expert car mechanic, or air conditioner repairer. These in other places, that's gold mine, because these are the things everybody needs. Everybody, some people may never need a lawyer from the day they are born to the day they are there, but they will always need shoe repairer. They will always need hairdresser. They will always need fashion tailor, good tailors. So we shouldn't be restrictive in the kind of people we recognize as leaders, because all those people that are experts and good at their trades have a lot to give to society, have a lot of influence. They have a very vast area of other customers. They are influencers in their own right. So we have to bring them in, give them the tools to be the kind of leaders that we want to lead our country. I hope that's giving you some of the ideas that will help, Joy.
Wow, that's so great. Thank you, Grandma Ransom Kuti. Joy, are you there? I believe that was. Hello, Joy, are you there? I believe this great answer has been able to address your question.
Yes, ma. Thank you so much.
Joy, can you hear us?
Yes, ma. Thank you so much, ma. I'm very grateful. That has
Very
been
good.
answered.
Don't give more than you have. Don't deplete yourself to give out. You have to balance that time and energy between what you need and what you can give to others.
Thank you so much, Grandma Ransom Kuti. In fact, personally, I have picked a lot from this answer that you gave also. Don't deplete yourself. Don't give more than you have. This used to be how I have always operated my life. I could just put everything about me at the background just to satisfy others. My last coin, my last cup of everything just go. And then when I finish, I now look and be like, oh, I'm actually hungry and I don't have anything. Like, I have picked a great lesson from you. And of course, I'm already working on that aspect of my life, always, putting my own need and my my own interest at the back, because I am so driven with a passion to now impact. So as much as we impact, like you said, if I'm depleted, I won't be able to even make that impact any longer, right? So it's a great thing, and that's really re-echo the new journey that I'm walking around, to just know that I still need to take care of me and put me first. And then, of course, it's not bad to also look for others' support and be able to put like a boundary somehow, right? From what you have said. Thank you so much. And I picked a very important thing. Every skill is important. So everyone might not need a lawyer in their lifetime, but there are just those skills that they cannot do without. And so we shouldn't just celebrate just some specific industries, or because you feel that yours is the expert, knowledge-driven sector, and then you just look down on others. No, that we should not be restrictive in the people that we see as leaders, because in the long run, everyone is leading from their own sector. And you gave us this great example of the lady mechanic. And of course, you did say we should keep creating platforms that will be able to, learn from the lessons of the examples that you gave about men who hunt for young boys to bring them into their ecosystem, to build them, to nurture them into roles of leadership. And that, of course, everyone should engage that. Women should borrow from that kind of lesson, which is one of the things we do on this platform. It's been a great and insightful time with you, Grandma Yemisi Ransom Kuti, and I I hope we'll not wear you out with our questions today. I know Ruth is next to go. Ruth, are you there? You did raise your hand earlier. Ruth is there. Onyinye is there. Onyinye, you can prepare whoever is available among both of you. Kindly unmute and go ahead with your question. Thank you so much, Grandma Ransom Kuti.
Good afternoon, Grandma. Good afternoon, Ma. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for this session. I'm learning a lot from everybody's questions and the answers you've been giving. So my question is that I think I just want to give you a little background. I'm in this phase of my life where I'm trying to grow exponentially, like I'm actively on growth, and it's very stressful. So while Madam Deborah was reading out your achievements, I was like, hey, grandma's done a lot. How did she manage all of that? So my question is just that when you were in the phase where you were building yourself up, how did you manage the stress, your time, and then you were still able to show up as being capable? That was my question. Thank you very much, Ma.
With great difficulty. I think most young people of any generation, because we want to do things on our own. Because again, one of the wonderful lessons that I learned from being a member of the Ransom Kuti is that we're all taught to be independent. You are from very early age, you are told that, look, you have to make it on your own. The government can come one day and say, look, we're a communist nation. At that time, communism was the in thing. We're the communist nation, so nobody can have property, and they take everybody's property. So you cannot be waiting for anything from anybody just in case your father dies or mother dies and leaves you anything. So you have to make it on your own. So that was drummed into us very early. So, I mean, it's not like here where, brothers come in and help you, and uncles are always giving you one thing or the other. In a lot of other nations, as soon as it's even 16, you're on your own. Maximum 18, you have to go and find your way, find the work. There's no uncle or godfather out there, auntie, and all, who's going to, unless they have a business that they're going to employ you. And so you are in those societies very early, you have to be thinking of your own future. So it's very challenging. It was very challenging. And in fact, a lot of the lessons I'm now passing on to you about time management, about taking care of your physical space, your mental conditions. We didn't know those things, and so it was very difficult. You were doing everything, managing everything. By the time you wake, go to sleep at night, you don't know what you are thinking. When you wake up, you still don't know what you are thinking. You just delve into it. You haven't really, you have an idea of where you want to go, but those tools that are out there now you just Google, everything is there. Hey, for me, it's like magic. You are living in this miraculous time of human evolution. You just Google the thing. You didn't have any Google. You didn't have mobile phone. So if you want to learn anything, you trek yourself to the library and sit down and read, and then come back. So, like I said, every generation will have its challenges. It was challenging for us then. There are different challenges now. The fact that you have all these tools even makes your life more challenging. Am I not correct? Because you can now Zoom. You cannot tell anybody, sorry, I can't be there because I can't be at this meeting because I have to go. They'll say, look now, go on Zoom. We'll Zoom it. So there's no excuse anymore. So your time is constantly being demanded by others or other issues and all. So you have to do a lot more now. So those are the challenges for now. And it's about managing it the same way we did, which is to plan as much as possible. If you sit down, plan what you're going to do 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, plan your day, plan your week, learn how to commit to priority areas. because a lot of time is wasted on, oh, somebody just drops in and wants to see you. 1 hour, 2 hours gone. So you have to find a way of, blocking the unnecessary activity. People cannot reach me, easily. Then they couldn't reach me because there was no avenue to do so. Because unless I'm at home or I'm in the office, they cannot call me. Now people can call you 24 hours. So my phone is always on do not disturb. I open my phone like 2 hours in the day so that people can reach, or if I'm expecting a call. That way, anybody who really wants to reach me will send me a message. I'll then find time to respond to it. So those are the areas of management that we had to do. And a lot of things that came our way then were not things that, we were planning for, like fighting the military and going on rallies. There are also things that come out of the blue, unexpected, circumstances just shoot into your life. Something happens that disrupts your life. That will always be there too. And your support system is important. Like I said, the kind of friends you have around you, those who are really positive, who are not just there because of what they want to get, or they're just, people who don't have anything better to do with their time. They just want to chat, and which is okay, as when you in your free time, when you want to just chat with a friend, talk about anything and everything, fine. But that should not impinge into the time that you want to use for more productive activity. So management, that's how we cope. We try to manage those times and prioritize what is more important. To spend a few hours to meet a client that will make me maybe 500,000, 1 million, or go on that rally that will save my nation. Those are the decisions you have to have. Or, meet with so and so to deal with things that are existential for your country or for the world. Those are the decisions you have to make. And then balance those two. That's why I'm not a billionaire. I have enough. I have enough to live. I made those choices. If I was just chasing money, I may have had, several houses and all the rest of it. But those things don't matter to me. Material things are not that important for my happiness. It's important to have enough so that you're able to eat the food you need. You are able to have a roof over your head. You don't have to beg anybody. Now that I'm no longer I'm retired. I have retired from business, but I've made enough so that I don't have to beg anybody now. I don't have to go to my children and say, grandma is hungry. Grandma has bills to pay. No. You have to make sure that you are okay. You will have enough to live comfortably, maybe not luxuriously, but comfortably. Because what does anybody need? One room to sleep in, another room to eat, probably. A small space is what anybody needs. You need to wear clothes. The clothes I have, I cannot even wear. The ones that I had, because I'm not a waster. I don't like, I hoard many things in case I'm going to need this. So I don't just give things away. I don't waste things. I don't like wasting things. I keep things. I still have things that are like older than myself that I inherited from my mother. So I keep things because I think everything is valuable. One of the things I taught my children is respect the atom. The atom is the smallest particle in biology, or whatever they call it. And if you split it, you see the power that you get, the nuclear energy that comes out of it. So I think we should respect everything, respect nature, and the things I enjoy are things that don't cost a whole lot of money. I love plants. I love the sun. We're living in a country that is rich in sun, in sunshine, the fact that the air is, free, the fact that, we have a system that is still not, if you go to Europe now, as soon as you're like 60, they bundle you into an old people's home. The families, we have an extended family system that is still support. There's still so much. In Europe, once you get old, nobody wants to know you again. Here, we respect our elders. We want to find out what they're doing. We take care of them. They don't have that over there. So there are many things that are wonderful about our own country. The fact that you just throw something on the ground, it grows. There's so many, we have been giving so much. And to appreciate that and to find a life that is compatible with that condition is something that has really worked for me, so that, like I'm saying, balancing your need, your wish, your desire to help others should not take away from the fact that you also have to be clear-headed. You're not a society that has social welfare, so you must make sure you have enough in your kitty so that when you're no longer able to work, you'll have a place to live, you'll have enough money to live a decent life, not necessarily a luxurious life. I don't believe, you need, in fact, I don't have a car because at this stage in my life, I don't need it. When I was still working, yeah, you need to go to work every day, and go all over the place and do all sorts of things. When you retire and you're no longer on a daily, what do you need a car for? Pay for the car, pay for the driver. I used to have one until COVID, and the maintenance headache. One day is carburetor, the other one is something, and you keep paying for these things. The driver is taking money, and you're not hardly going anywhere. Maybe 2-3 times a week is when you have assignments or events to attend. And thanks to COVID, we now have the upsurge of the Ubers and the Bolts and all these stuff. So you can get around. And most of the leaders from here, when they go to Europe, they don't have a car. They take the bus, they take the tube, So why should you keep a whole, car there when you don't need it? So those are the kind of thinking that I have that I want to share with you, that the lifestyle of a lot of people keep them in a corrupt cycle, because to maintain the kind of lifestyle they have, by the time they have had more wives, more children, more commitments to one thing or the other, the money is never going to be enough. So they have to go steal it. So if you have a lifestyle that is basic, frugal, one of my favorite rich persons in the world is Warren Buffett. The house he bought when he started his career as a young is the one he's still living in. The car he bought is the one he has. These things are supposed to be, utility items. They're not symbols. I mean, here we think the car is a reflection of who you are. No, it is not. You are still who you are. When you step out of your car, you are still who you are. Your car does not define you. Your house, big house, 10 houses, does not define who you are. You are still the one person that people will relate to. And the people who relate to you because of your wealth are people who want some out of your wealth, or they want to steal from it, or there are people who are not matured, who think life is about the ephemeral things. No, the ephemeral things are who you really are, your character, your integrity, the fact that you have also gone through the processes of life and you have come out at the end and you are, intact. Your integrity is intact. And like I said, you are not in a place where you have to beg anybody. You must have enough so that you are not pushed to, do things that are unorthodox or unethical. But enough should be enough. The rest of your money should go towards investing in the country, buying bonds, buying treasury bills, building wealth that will be used by everybody. Not that you will just be consuming, buying more cars, more gold, more things that are useless to everybody. So that's kind of the balance that I think I have used to answer your question. You must understand that every generation will have its struggle. We struggled. It was difficult then because of different things, different sets of challenges. It's difficult now because of different sets of challenges. But you have more tools now, better tools now to manage those challenges. And the next generation will also have different sets of challenges. They will also find solutions to them. So be very happy with where you are. Don't feel that, yours is the worst, things that happen to you is the worst things. Just different. We had a war. The Biafran War was when we were young. And the scarcity, food, everything, we had all that. So managing and having that's why I say study history. History gives you a more broader perspective of the situation of things so that you don't go crazy thinking that, yours is the worst and what's happening to you, so you must dabaru everything. No, things are always going to be challenging. So find ways. And that is, for me, the way the world was made. That's how, if the Almighty wanted it to be all just smooth and perfect and everything just happened, you wake up in the morning, you open your mouth, the fruit falls in, everything just happens, and we were not part of the creation. We're co-creators. So, and to be co-creators, you have to face challenges. And that is the way the world was made. It's a problem-solving exercise. So be one of those happy warriors who sees the challenge as something that is, oh, wow, this has come because I have been seen as a worthy warrior to tackle that challenge. If you have children, you have a task to give them, will you not give it to the most able, the most capable? Then you will give it to them, and they should be able to smile and say, wow, I am one of the chosen ones. So be a happy warrior. Be somebody who is always positive in their mindset. When you see these challenges, of course, all of us will react to say, oh my God, oh, again, oh, what happened? That's just the normal human reaction. But that happy warrior thing should kick in and say, right, okay, let's go. How do we manage this? How do we solve it? Who can I call in? Who's going to be able to do this? What is what has happened before in this area? How has this been solved? Just say, how can we do it better? So be in that dynamic mode all the time where you are able to, joyfully tackle those issues. And that joy at the end, when you have managed to take care of whatever the issue is, I'm always happy when every little thing I do, and I manage to do it and sort it out. I give myself a little, slap on the back. Oh, well done, girl. Oh, you managed to solve this, smiling on my face. So let's be one of those who are able to solve those problems with a positive mindset. Okay?
Yes, ma. Thank you very much, ma.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you so much, Grandma Ransom Kuti. I took down a lot. First, I am the chosen one. In fact, that's one of the that's in my note here, and I'm going to write it
Yeah, I am
boldly
the
and
chosen
put it
one.
in my room beside my bed. I am the chosen one. And then another nugget you want to take note of that Grandma Ransom Kuti said, she said, see yourself as a worthy warrior who tackled that challenge,
Happy
right? So you are
warrior.
not going to complain about the challenges that came as if you are the only one. In fact, the thing is, at Grandma Ransom Kuti, that was what happened. Like, when I got married as a young girl in 2011 and came down to Lagos, like I had no idea that being married or getting pregnant had its own peculiar challenges. Like I love fashion, I love to dress in different ways, do my hair the way I wanted. Before tinting of hair was raining, I was already doing mine and all that. When I took in, I lost interest in all those. I hated my makeup, I hated everything, and I was looking so different from the normal Deborah that I knew. And I recall I saw a colleague at some point, and she walked past me. She came back again. She said, "Deborah, is that you?" I said, "Yes." She said, "What happened to you?" In my mind, I was like, life happened to me. And then really, I was like, okay. And she said, oh, you are pregnant and all that. Like, what am I trying to say? I had no idea that there were going to be challenges. When I see people, being an only child, I have no sibling and all that. So I had no idea what it really means that, okay, maybe you had a sister that was pregnant and probably anything. So I felt their tummy would just blow out. It's time to give birth. You just give birth and that's all. And so the thing is, even in the midst of that, there were those who were also going through their own challenges in different ways. So now I was not aware. Now I came into the space. I was now aware of it. I needed to face it head on, right? At that point, I had no mother because she was dead at the point. So nobody to even complain to. So all these things I was able to navigate it around with my husband. And then, of course, within ourselves, without any complaint. And then having to manage all those challenges and knowing that I conquered those processes, right? And other challenges. And when you come out from school, you feel, oh, you're going to get the best opportunities and you start working, you're going to drive your car. And then, of course, you'll be one of the, in one of the top tier law firm and all that. It doesn't happen. And you feel, oh, the world is crumbling on you. No, there are different people. Now you've made us to understand you're not the only one going through challenges. Now, and I do say on my platform here, I tell ladies, I said, there are various challenges and all you just need to do is how to harness these challenges and the lessons from it to be able to, carve a niche for yourself or just build further on it and know that you cannot dwell on the complaints. It's just like a fuel to moving forward, and that's what you're making us to realize. There are challenges. So let's be aware. The fact that you are not aware of a thing, that thing has the capability to conquer you, but now you are aware of the fact that we don't know the kind of challenges you will face, but you are not the only one. People face different challenges. That's one thing I have learned here. So what you need to do to be the chosen one is the fact that you prove yourself to be that worthy warrior, as Grandma has said, who tackled the challenge. So it's not going to just be like a cliche. You say, oh, I am that warrior without solving any problem. You need to see how you will tackle that challenge, knowing that people are confronted with different challenges one way or the other. And you mentioned something very important. Starting from the family also, that the Ransom Kuti's family, that you are trained, apart from the fact that you're raised as humans, you are trained to be independent, not relying on others, right? And then, of course, you told us that there's a need for us to plan to be able to learn how to commit also to priority areas so that we don't get ourselves overwhelmed with everything, right? And then, of course, we need to have a good support system. That is very important. And you gave a statement that we should respect the atom. That is even the smallest particle, the smallest aspect of everything. We should respect that and then try to see how we can balance the need to help others with our own personal need. And very importantly, that I took note of also, you said we should, it's all about the kind of lifestyle that we submit to. And giving your own personal lessons, I took note of that and took it very seriously. The fact that I think it all boils down to we just focusing on the things that matter and not being competitive. In all that you have said, and from the kind of family you're coming from, you have been able to, you've been trained in a way that doesn't really, resonate with most of these Gen Zs now of the fact that you have to live a very luxurious life and people just feel entitled to a lot of things and there's a way of life that you have to live. And that someone like you come to this platform to say you don't have a car, I'm sure it's strange to a lot of people because they just hear a certain kind of them and there's the expectation of the society around those names. And then such things can even push most people to like commit to fraudulent lifestyle because you said the kind of network that you keep also, or the kind of lifestyle rather, that most people commit to keeps them in a corrupt circle because there's the pressure, the need to always want to, satisfy that kind of lifestyle. And that so whatever is not needful, you do not, commit to it, and there's no need to be wasteful. And then, of course, you told us of the frugal life, right? And you gave us a very great example of Warren Buffett living in the same house he has lived from years past, and the same car that he used. And so these are lessons that will help us to deal with the kind of pressures, especially in this present world of the Gen Zs and all that. So there's no need to compete with, oh, she's carrying this kind of human hair, she's carrying this kind of thing, so I must commit to it. I mean, everyone is coming from different backgrounds. Yes, if those persons can afford, that's good for them, but you don't have to put yourself under pressure, and then at the end of the day, you are pushed to live a corrupt life, because in the end, it's not just about you, what you consume, from what Grandma Ransom Kuti has told us. It's about you investing and building wealth that will also impact the society, impact your country, and being useful to everyone. And we should remember we are co-creators, and that we will always face challenges. But remember that you must see yourself as a worthy warrior who tackle these challenges. So I am the chosen one. You are the chosen one. Thank you so much, Grandma Ransom Kuti. This is a great session. I wouldn't want this session to end, but I know you have other commitment. We have Onyinye. Please, Onyinye, let's hear from you. Grandma Ransom Kuti, you still have some time with us, right? I hope we're not eating into too much of your time yet, right?
Half an hour maximum.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Grandma. Okay, Onyinye, could you unmute and speak? You've been made co-host. Go ahead, please, and ask your question. Okay, Onyinye.
Oma, I don't have a question.
Okay, all right. Okay, was there any other hand I saw? Sarah, are you on the call? All right, okay, while we are waiting, so if you have any other question, please let me know while I take this short question I would like to ask Grandma Ransom Kuti, and after that we will take any other question remaining so we can round up for us to save her time also. So thank you so much, Grandma MC Ransom Kuti. It's been a very highly insightful session with you. So I want you to just help us address issues around mentorship. In most cases, of course, some persons have a form of definition on how they should be mentored before they can see it as mentorship. And for me, I see mentorship like even how we are here and this discussion we are having with you, I see it as mentorship. Because everything I have jotted here, by the time I go through them, it could be just one word that will help me to chart another route or the best route for myself. I'll be able to pick the great life lessons from your wealth of experience and act on them for myself. That way I have been mentored by you. And then of course, following up with the things that you do, registering in organizations like the Lagos Island Connect and following up with things like that. So how could you really help us understand how mentorship has helped to shape your life and then your leadership skills to this moment, and how the young ladies now can really plug into mentorship platforms like this to be able to harness the great opportunities that mentorship can actually bring? Because I will tell you for free that most of the rolling and the delay that I had in my own space and in my life before I was able to find my feet were probably, yes, mainly due to the fact that I didn't really understand the importance of mentorship. That was the truth. So I came out of the school, I was just feeling that with good results, I was good to go. No, that was the thing. So yes, one or two mentorship programs I attended, but really I wasn't well directed. I had no idea. So probably if you could just help us shed light on that, and then this young, amazing set of ladies can be able to understand and harness the opportunities and be open-minded to every opportunity that is afforded to them to learn from anyone. Thank you so much, Glenn.
Yes, you're you're very lucky now in this generation that mentorship has become a more widely accepted a tool to develop the younger generation. I think it wasn't kind of seen as mentorship in my generation or generations before, in that it was like a structured thing. It was more like people identified those in the society that they had either admired or wished to emulate, and they kind of try to move in their sphere. You know, they try to be with them, whether it's at functions. They try to find opportunities for discussions with them. They will even want to try and go to the same church with them. Or if that person was in a member of a group, whether it is a national development group or whatever, they will try to join. You know, they'll try to find a way to get close to that person. But it wouldn't be like when you now have access to that person, that they will now be sitting and giving you structured mentorship programming. So it's now these days that mentoring has become more structured. And it's fantastic that you have an organization like what Deborah is putting together. You have organizations like Whisker, like I've said, Wimbies, and so many others. And there are other organizations that will just select people like me they feel that we have something to give, but it's not like a full-time, you know, you commit to say you'll spend 1 hour a week in a month. That is 4 times. Or if it's over like 3 months, you will spend 2 hours per month. One of them could be a one-on-one physical meeting. The rest can be virtual, you know, because many of the people who are mentors are also very busy people, and there's a limited number of time. I was telling you about time management earlier on, that they have to spare to engage with you know, a lot of people. You know, like what Deborah is saying, this kind of group exchange, discussion, chat, whether it's on Zoom or WhatsApp or Google or whatever virtual platform you have, may have more benefit than to sit one-on-one with somebody who is your mentor, so to speak. So that's the kind of framework I think that exists now. And so anybody who's looking for mentoring, we must look at the various platforms, the various opportunities, the various organizations that provide. And I mean, in fact, online, there are people who are constantly giving out information either by YouTube or, you know, you have, again, you, the mentee, have to be clear about what it is you want to be mentored about, what it is that you want to know, what are the gaps in your own skill set that you want to improve upon. And YouTube has 1,001 of them. You know, maybe you may not be clear about the organizations or the individuals that are giving you the best. So you have to do a little bit of research on who is doing this or who's doing that, who's giving this talk. You know, TED Talks, there's so many information out there that are for mentoring purposes, because once you are able to be in a position where you're learning, you're hearing information, you're getting information, you as a mentee has to decipher which information is useful for you and which is not. It's not everything that you are being told that is a useful information. So a little bit of rigor on your part is also needed to determine what you are looking for, who is best able to deliver it for you, particularly if they've had the experience of going through that line, that process, that area, that sector that you are interested in. So identifying people who are already successful in the field that you are trying to get some upskilling for is important. So mentoring is no longer like you look for one mentor who's going to spend all the time with you and give you all the information you need. No, you too have to be somebody who is also self-motivated to know what you want from your mentor, what you want from various mentoring and information outlets that are out there, and be clear about the area of expertise you are trying to zero in on. Is it professional? Is it personal? Is it physical? What it is, and then you can pick those who will give you some guidance in that direction. And all they can do is guide. Your mentor is not Jesus Christ. They will not solve all your problems. They will not wave a magic wand and everything just happens. They can only give you the benefit of what they know. They may not know everything. There may be new things as they are speaking, new things coming into that space that they don't know about. So it's not like you take everything they have said and you say, right, I've got the golden chalice and I will succeed with this. No, they are giving you a guide about how their journey was. Your journey is going to be different from theirs. So you have to take out of what they have said, examine it, see what is still relevant and useful, and then expose yourself to other initiatives, information, all sorts of, because every day you wake up, another thing. Who was talking of AI a few years ago? Nobody. You just wake up. Now AI, you have to have AI before you can really, really be an expert in your field. And I'm telling you that for free. If you're not into AI, you are not going to get to where you want to get. You're not going to get to the top of the trees. AI, you have to master AI. That has its own sets of challenges in terms of disinformation and all kinds of stuff around it. But you have to get your skills set on AI as quickly as possible. That is, I'm giving you that one free of charge. You have to make sure you are competent in managing AI if you want to become a successful professional. Now, the aspect of your as a mentee taking responsibility for what happens after you've been mentored. You cannot come back and say your mentor was terrible. They didn't tell you enough, or they didn't lead you in the right direction. Some people are still blaming the colonials for where Nigeria is, how many years later. You cannot continue to, blame those that went before you. They did whatever it is, maybe it was their best. Maybe they didn't have enough information. They did it. They were able to manage whatever it is for that time, good or bad results at the end of the day. We now have to pick up the baton and equip ourselves with the necessary information and skills to overcome whatever challenges we have at the moment. So as a mentee, your problem is your problem. The person who is trying to help you can only give you a guide, can give you maybe a picture, and can give you some ideas about how to tackle one thing or the other. You have to take responsibility, because as you are having the rights to a lot of things in life at the moment, you also have those responsibilities. So always take responsibility for the decisions that you now come to at the end of the day. Your mentor can give you advice, can give you information, can tell you to go see this person, read that thing or the other. You are the one that must say, okay, having taken all that in, this is what I am going to do. And when you do it, if it comes, outright, clap for yourself. You can say thank you to your mentor as well, but clap for yourself, the fact that you have taken that right decision. And if it goes wrong, take responsibility. Don't say the mentor did not tell me this or told me this and it went wrong. Take responsibility. Again, that is the mark of what I, grew up with as a Ransom Kuti. When we were young, our parents will sit you down. They will say, if you do this thing this way, these are the likely results. If you do it that way, these are the likely results. You take the decision. So that critical thinking skill is something every one of you must have. If you have a critical thinking mind, you will come to close enough decisions that will solve most of the problems that you have. Because your critical thinking skills don't just take into consideration the things that are coming in. It's also taking into consideration the things that are in you, the things that are peculiar to you, the peculiar talent you have, the peculiar faults that you have, because nobody is perfect. And so coming to a decision will be a more holistic way of addressing the problem, because it will take care of what is coming from the outside. It will take care of things that are in you already. It will take care of things that are to do with what is happening all around you, that is like a thread in your life, that is coming in from other areas, your children, your home, your other activities, your other relationships. That's what the mind is there for, to be able to balance all of this and come to a decision that is the best for you. And once you've taken that decision, take responsibility. Don't waste time blaming anybody else, because you now have to spend a little bit of time to maybe rejig that formula that you had so that you can take it forward. Going back is a fool's errand. You have to constantly look at, okay, how can I make it better? Thank those who have made an input. I also have something called the long room for my children, where I say, look, sit down and imagine yourself in a long room, okay? And in that long room, take the picture of all the people that affected your life. Put their picture on the wall. The one that affected it positively, negatively, neutrally, one way or everybody. The guy who abused you, the lady who cheated you, put all their pictures on the wall and say thank you to all of them, because they have made you who you are. That stronger person, more resilient person, more discerning person, who's not in cuckoo land thinking, oh, the world is like this. Oh, very nice, fairy tale. The world was never like that. It will never be like that. So thank anybody that has impacted your life one way or the other, because they taught you lessons that were necessary for you. Because I don't believe anything happens to me that my maker has not allowed or ordained. Because if I am open-minded enough to realize that those things were sent to teach me something good, then I will learn the lesson from that experience, whether it was a bad experience. I mean, I certainly didn't like being tear gassed by the police or being interrogated by the SSS. I was scared as hell. I was, petrified. These experiences happened to you. I was, there are also personal things that I really don't want to discuss publicly that I experienced that were bitter, where I was abused, and those things were not nice to experience. But if you are somebody who's thinking the way I do, you now turn back and say, okay, thank you for that. Now I am more experienced about how to avoid such situations. That has happened once, it's not happening again, and you now are stronger and more capable of rejigging your life or taking certain decisions that doesn't put you in such positions where you're stronger, you're more knowledgeable. you're more resilient, you're more able to cope and still smile in spite of any adverse experience that you may have. So mentoring, excellent. Look for mentors, but also know that mentors are not the holy grail. They can only give you the benefit of their own experience. You have to also put in what is special and peculiar to you as a mentee, and shop around for those who may not be, even available. They put some YouTube thing out there, learn from it. Warren Buffett has made so many other videos or statements, or people have written about how his own path and his own ability to take decisions on spotting the right thing to invest in, spotting the right skills you need to take decisions on. It's out there. So use those opportunities to make sure that you get that information to upskill yourself, so that you take the right responsibility, and then certainly building that capacity in yourself to be that leader, that mentor that you thought was very brilliant, that you will be in that space yourself one day, so that you have that knowledge that you can also share with others and lead in the most ethical, in the most knowledgeable, in the most forward-looking and open-minded way. Because any leader that tells you this is the final answer is not leading you around. They tell you this is an answer, so interrogate it. It may work for now, so always have that open mind, that outlet, so that when new information or new ways of doing things come in, you're also able to integrate it and make your skill set more robust and able to respond more effectively, either in your career or in your personal life. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Grandma. Yes, keep in the emojis coming in. Yes, thank you, Joy, for appreciating Grandma Kuti. Yes, thank you so much, Ruth, for appreciating her. Thank you, Khadija. Yes, thank you so much, Grandma Ransom Kuti. We really appreciate you for this great insight that you have given us today. We should be open-minded is one key thing that I have picked from this response. And then you did make us understand mentorship coming in different aspects, because I asked this question because I know someone has approached me before. And for the present generation, especially the Gen Zs, there's a definition of how they want mentorship to be. I recall someone telling me sometime they have this structured, narrow definition that they already have. If it doesn't fit into that, every other thing you are calling is not right. And your platform is not giving the mentorship because it doesn't fit into their definition of, we have how many hours to commit in a week, and one person is attached to, like the one-on-one sessions that you said. So from this wealth of expertise that has been shared with us today from Grandma Ransom Kuti, which is not by reading of books alone, it's not by cramming, but by the fact that she has lived it as an experience, and of course committed to continuous learning all through her life, to the point that she is at the moment, and still learning even at her age, despite the wisdom that she has gained by this wealth of experience. So just be open-minded. That's the first thing. Be open-minded, and that way you will not have this narrow definition of what you feel will impact you, because if you put yourself in that restrictiveness, you won't even get impacted, even when the right thing that would direct you as a form of mentorship will come, you will not know. She said during her time it wasn't even referred to as mentorship. There are different ways that they were all guided, and you know that you see people that their values align, you follow them to church, you are following up with different things that they do and things like that. So nobody was arranging anything for them, structured lessons, 1 hour per day or per week, you hop on the call or physical meeting and doing things like that. And yet they were all guided with great principles, with great wisdom. And so these are time we need to really be open-minded, be flexible, and understand that it's not not just the structured system that can make you, that you can just classify, this is just the mentorship where I can be impacted. While those can be very, very useful, also, like she said, this general platform, as you are now, you are being mentored by Grandma Ransom Kuti. Take it from me, yes or not. So if you feel until she comes for the next 5 months or anything, that's when you get directed. Some persons are committed to a structured mentorship for 6 months or how many months with a particular mentor, and they're going every day. And most times they come is sleep, they are sleeping, they are not listening to anything, and then they feel they're putting up questions, but at the end of the day, they are not acting on it, they are not stirred up, they are not impacted in any way, not because the mentor is not trying, but because they themselves are not open-minded to this whole thing. So the first thing you have to do is to be open-minded and have the understanding that even sessions like this can help you, and in most cases can be even more impactful than the one-on-one, because take it from me, most of you have not asked questions, others asked questions, you have all learned. I personally learned from the questions of everyone on the platform today. So this way, even the things you never averted your mind to, others drew it out, and Grandma Ransom Kuti was able to address it. And you've already, if you took your notes, you'll be able to go through it, or when you're playing the recording, you'll be able to take all these lessons to be well directed. Thank you so much, Grandma Ransom Kuti. You also said we should make sure that we have competence in AI. Did I not tell you that you are not just meeting a grandma and feel, oh, that they are bringing one grandma, we don't even know, let me just come and sit and just listen to. Some of you probably turned on and joined the call and you went doing other things. I told you that this is a different kind of grandma. Did you hear that? She said you must make sure you have competence in using and managing AI if you want to be successful in your career. No, really, this is one person that you should relate with. If you had any misconceptions about grandmas before, please change your idea about it, right? Like I recall the Grandma Ransom Kuti during the session when you were a panelist during the Credit Expo. In fact, I knew she was with this her tab that every time I was just like, like Grandma Ransom Kuti is on point. You can't, in fact, she's always online, I believe, because she's very, very responsive. She just, I mean, she's leveraging technology. She's not just being told about it, and she's not telling you what she's not practicing. I can tell you for free that she's really in alignment with technology and with AI that she's telling you about. So if at 70 something, almost 80, permit me to say almost 80, she is telling you about AI, then you and I have no choice. You have no choice. You've taken sessions on AI. This is the reason you should take it more seriously. That I heard from Grandma Ransom Kuti, who is just like very, 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 she's almost 80. And she's talking about AI, the importance of AI, and how you need to really understand that and leverage it to be successful in this present time. And this is our generation, right? So I really thank you for that, because you have echoed the importance of artificial intelligence, which they've had a session on it before. And then, of course, we must take away the issue of blame game. You mentioned that we cannot blame our mentors. Now, you don't expect, she said something that your mentor is not Jesus that will know everything. Pick the lessons that God has, put them to give you, and then it's your responsibility. So we must take responsibility. She hammered on that. We must take responsibility. So your mentor has provided you some guide as regards the problem you have. Your problem is your problem. So don't transfer your problem to your mentor. That's what she has told us. So when they give you the guide, you harness that guide, do more research, try to see how you can put things together, take that responsibility to see what you can do for yourself. Right? And then, of course, we must have a critical thinking skills. It is very, very important. And she mentioned one of the lessons or the things that she teaches her children, the long room, that you put the pictures of everyone who has impacted you, whether positively or negatively. Because, as she said, every one of them, whatever they have done, has contributed to, the building and what you are at that present time. And so if it was negatively, it helped to build you. It helped in building you. And if it was positively, one way or the other, there are lessons you have picked from everything that everyone who has passed through your life, who has impacted you, have done. And so when you put those pictures on the wall, you should do what she said. You should appreciate. You should say thank you. So thank you for everything you have done, because that has built me. Thank you for what you have done to me, positively or negatively, because that has built you to become the person that you are. So thank you so much, Grandma Ransom Kuti. I would say that, this is a whole lot. This is a whole lot. And if we were to pay for your time here, I know that we'll never be able to afford it. We will never be able to. And at this age that you are still committed to empower. I mean, it's okay if you say you are tired now, you just want to rest, and you just want to keep resting because you have done a lot. You've done enough from your young age to this time, but yet you are still involved, very, very active. You just told us how you returned from Abuja for one of the sessions you had. I mean, this is a great role model that we can follow, because we don't have to, like Grandma Ransom Kuti said, there's a need for us to understand history. We cannot eliminate the role of the elderly ones and the lessons, the wisdom that they have, for us to be able to connect the dots and be able to chart this on charted routes in this digital economy. So if we feel that we have it all alone and just cut off from the wisdom of the elderly, then we're wrong. And so for someone like this, it's someone we all want to relate with and we want to connect with on her various social media platforms, because there's a lot for us to learn from her. And I really appreciate you so much for this act of sacrifice, that despite your trip and despite your busy schedule, you have created time to be with us today. Not because I did anything special, but because of your commitment. This is what you've been doing for years. You are still not tired, and you will never be tired. I ask that God will grace you the more and reward all your contributions. So in conclusion, I would want you to please give us, the amazing young ladies of the next generation, female leaders, a guiding principle, like a mantra, that key message that we can hold on to, that in case some were sleeping before now, with everything that we have you have taught us today, and that we have heard today, at least if they forget anything, they will not forget that in their life. When they want to do anything, they will remember, oh, Grandma Yemisi Ransom Kuti said this, and that guided me. Just like I have one or two of those kind of messages from other mentors, which keeps guiding me. So please, can you leave us with that as we come to a close of this great, highly enlightening session, ma?
Yes, but I'll just say a few things before that final word.
Very well.
Final sentence. First of all, learn from everyone. Don't disregard any information or any activity that is happening around you, because you don't know, it's out of the babes, out of the mouth of babes what's the final thing? You learn. I have 4 children. The youngest is an associate professor at the University of Oxford. One is a businessman, and one is an artist. And I'm learning from them as well as they are learning from me. So always know that there is some grain of information that is useful in what everybody says. Even when an idiot is speaking, you'll be able to get something from what they have said. So if your mind should be one that is interested in people, in what is out there, and out of that you will always be able to get some really interesting kernel of usefulness that you can take away. So learn from everyone, young, old, learned, unlearned, whoever. They will always have something that will give you something useful that you can take from it. That is one of my habits. I'm always paying attention to what people are doing around me no matter who they are, whether they are young or children or whatever, because they'll tell you something that, oh, you will say, wow, 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 I hadn't thought of that. You know, even the younger, even my grandchildren, they will say something that I will say, oh my, wow, look at that. They're coming from total left field. They're not polluted by any, principles that are already laid down and, whatever. And they just come up with this solution. That is how nations grow. That is how innovation happens. Because people just come in from somewhere and they solve a problem that somebody has been grappling with for thousands of years, because they are not coming in from the old model. They're coming in from a very fresh and new outlook. So we have to learn from everybody. Now, we all have that's the first one. We all have a responsibility to contribute to national development. So it's not just about the development of yourself and your profession and your career and your family alone. You must find a way to make your own contribution one way or the other into national development. We've all said that, oh, Nigeria, what we need is productivity. So you have to apply that to yourself, not just say, oh, government, please make us productive. Do things that will make us productive. Always take it back to yourself and say, okay, if I want to be more productive, what are the things I can do either in my profession or, what other things can I do, creatively? What it is, what makes me productive? Is it adding to the body of laws? Is it making sure that the productive space as a lawyer, I'm guarding, I'm making sure there are no laws out there that is making productivity difficult for people? So let's go into the productivity mood as citizens of Nigeria. And then personally, we all have a responsibility to patronize made in Nigeria goods. There's no point saying that FX is going higher, and then you spend money on Gucci and Prada and whatever the foreign models are, and creating jobs for them in Europe and America and China. Why don't we make sure that we pay? The ones that are here may not be as good, but if you see it as your contribution to national development, patronizing the local designer. These days you will hardly find me in anything but something that is made in Nigeria. What I wear, I must try and make sure it is made in Nigeria. At least that one, you can, maybe not everything. My jewelry made in Nigeria. If I buy anything these days, food, furniture, I make sure my furniture is made here. Anything that is we can contribute to, we can patronize. Make sure you as an individual commit to it, because women are the ones who are in charge of the household expenses. And so if we deliberately, intentionally say that a percentage, 75, 80, 90, or whatever it is devoted to made in Nigeria goods, let's find the Nigerian alternative to the foreign products. I'm not saying boycott them altogether, because we need a balance of trade. But if 90% is going to made in Nigeria, we will all develop very, very quickly. So please, all of you, promise me that from now on, you will make sure you patronize made in Nigeria goods, particularly those that are made in your own locality. We have something in LIC called the 2-kilometer rule, where we urge everybody to patronize goods within 2 kilometers of where they live and work, because that stimulates local production. Those businesses will have money to grow and grow and grow until they even compete and outmatch the foreign goods. So we have to patronize our local goods, particularly those within our own environment. And of course, we've talked about volunteering. You have to find that space to also volunteer to local efforts, community development, engaging at community and local government level to address the issues that are plaguing you as communities. If it's a drainage problem, if it's whatever it is, if you are organized, you can all write to the chairman or the governor as a group. One person shouting may not have the same effect. But if you're organized as a group and you are addressing them, they're hearing you on social media, they're hearing you on the different avenues. When you go to church, when you see them, Mr. Governor, how are you? you know, the drains on our road, or this our street, or there's no power, whatever it is, let us organize and band together. If you're afraid to be the one to speak out, organize so that it's a group that is, bringing up the issues with the government. And that organization will likely get more results, quicker results, than if we're all doing it in bits, piece and pieces. So I hope you'll share this video with those who didn't attend, because definitely if they must have good reasons not to, but it's also our responsibility to spread whatever information we have so that others in their spare time can also benefit from it. And the last word, you wanted me to give you a little mantra, and that is, you are the master of your destiny. Take charge.
Wow, thank you so much, Grandma Yemisi Ransom Kuti. You are the master of your destiny. Take charge. Taking that down, take charge. Yes, I am the master of my destiny, so I'll take charge. And thank you for these key takeaways, which are that we should learn from everyone, that even when an idiot is speaking, be open to hearing. You should have interest in listening and hearing, because there will be something you can pick from it to learn from. And then we should patronize Nigerian made goods. And you also reiterated the fact that you're not saying they should boycott the imported goods altogether, because there's a need for balance of trade, but that everyone should commit to patronizing the Nigerian made goods. So you cannot just keep shouting that FX is high, there's inflation, and this. You must try to contribute your own quota. And that in LIC, which is the Lagos Island Connect, which I'll share the link with you ladies later, for those in Lagos and within this local government, for you to join such platforms. And that the rule is that, is it 20 kilometers from your place?
2 kilometers.
2 kilometers. 2 kilometers. So you patronize the things within 2 kilometers around your location. And so if we commit to things like this, and you are not in a competition of just saying, oh, it's the only things I deal with is only designers, without that I don't do any other thing, you're not helping your community, you're not helping your country. So commit to contributing your own quota. So when we make things in Nigeria, we should also, as Nigerians, be able to patronize and promote it, and also offer feedback to be able to improve on it if you feel that is not okay. Because the people that we want to wear all the time, or you want to use the imported things, the only thing you use is imported. I mean, they started from somewhere and got somewhere. And I'm sure issues of usage and giving feedback help to get to that level. And so if you really want to make that change, it's not complicated. That's what Grandma Ransom Kuti is trying to tell us. In that simple way, as small as buying. She said almost everything she uses, jewelries, clothes, and all that, are made in Nigeria. So this is an intentional thing. And she mentioned something, as women, we have a lot of role to play, because we are responsible. We handle the budget of the home. So when you go and you commit to only buying everything is all imported, and then you come back, you are doing a form of disservice and not promoting the economy, right? And so all this will work together, because with the knowledge that you have in technology, in law, and the rest of it, if the economy is not, everyone is feeling the economy now, right? Irrespective of the industry where you are, whether you are learned, whether you are unlearned, and everything, right? So we're in the same economy. So we have to contribute our own quota to it. And do not forget the issue of volunteering. We must commit to the act of service. We must serve our communities, serve our societies, serve in organizations and platforms that are committed to making impact. And that way, of course, there's always a reward, divine reward, for you devoting to an act of service, and then helping to promote the community, and also giving feedback within the community. What you feel is not working out well, you see those in the place of leadership, whether in church or anywhere, you can actually, put in a word or a suggestion to them at that point. So in the whole, you must remember that she said You are the master of your destiny, so you must take charge. So someone tell yourself, take charge, and send in emojis to appreciate Grandma Ransom Kuti. Grandma, are you on LinkedIn?
Yes.
Oh, yes. So I'll get all your link to your social media platforms and then share with the ladies. I do not need to convince any of you that you need to connect with her, right? So for all the speakers and all the industry experts that have shown up on this platform, you've been following them, and Grandma has come to cap it all up, to put the icing on the cake, to like, if you are not following anyone, if you've not followed any of the speakers all the while, you shouldn't even forget to go and follow her right away. So on the platform, on the WhatsApp platform, I'll share her link. You must follow her on LinkedIn and every other social media platform that she's on, that I will give you the link to, right? So please, let's remember that, of course, once we upload the recording, we will share on the platform. And for the rest who joined and had to leave for other sessions or other commitments, and every other person who did not join, we will be able to share the recordings with you. We'll share the recordings with you, and then you will be able to pick more lessons from it. And those who were not available will be able to watch the replay and pick lessons from it. So, ladies, we have come to the end of the edition. I guess the network took her out here, but of course we are done with her session already. So I really want to appreciate you ladies for taking out your time to be available for this session. We really appreciate you. I think the network took her out. Sarah, I don't know if you are able to speak now. I did request that you speak earlier, but I know that you're... Sarah, are you available? All right, so ladies, thank you so much. We do have the career mapping session today and the presentation. Please, if you are ready,
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay. Oh, Sarah, you are back. All right, we called on you earlier, but I know
Yes,
that
ma'am.
your clients are busy over there as well. And
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, I'm sure that I'm not sure Grandma Ransom Kuti will be able to join back. Of course, we've concluded that session and we've appreciated her. And so I will encourage you all to follow her on various social media platforms. I'll follow up and get the links and share with you all. And yes, we can move on to the career mapping session and the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Giving 8 minutes per group. For the groups that are available, we will take. And then tomorrow will just be the graduation. Thank you, ladies, for your commitment to empowering yourself and for the opportunity to be a part of your professional journey, your personal journey, and yeah, your financial journey, I would say, all the journeys that you have to face in life, right? So thank you so much. Let's move quickly to the career mapping session also, right? Sarah, over to you.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you, ladies. God bless you all. All right,
Yes,
so
yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
very well.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Sincere apologies for my voice. I've been doing a lot of shouting and rejoicing. It's my mom's birthday and all of that.
Exactly. So, Sarah, hold on that. Yeah, and of course, I didn't confirm, so I wouldn't know whether you wanted it announced here. So, ladies, please. I don't know if you can hear the way Sarah speaks. You should know that she should be a very great musician. Well, I'm in the choir in my church, but I want someone that has very beautiful voice. And now your confidence will speak. So it doesn't matter however the voice is viewed, right? If you know that you are confident in yourself. Let's sing for Sarah's mom. Don't forget that Sarah is the volunteer program coordinator for this session, and she's done a great deal, right? And today is the end of the main
Happy
session.
birthday.
Tomorrow. So you will lead the song for her mom, because she's the reason you've not heard her voice, that it's been me that have been moderating and all that, was because she's been in mom's celebration, and we understand. I'm sure she will send our cake today. By the time we
Yes,
will
ma'am.
finish, she will DHL it, and then that's on the lighter note. All right. So please leave the song for Sarah's mom. I believe it's not all going to be all serious all the time. We should also, laugh, right? Okay. So go
Yes,
ahead,
ma'am.
please, and lead the song. Who was going to lead? Is that Ruth? Yes,
Yes,
Ruth.
Yes.
Ruth.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's do some
Okay.
dancing for Sarah's mom.
All right, so I'm going to sing happy birthday to Sarah's
Yeah.
mommy, Miss Sarah's mommy.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to sing happy birthday to mommy, like she's here, even
Okay.
though she's not
All
here, but I'm
right.
going to still celebrate her. So
Yeah.
in count of two, 1, 2, go. Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday,
to mommy.
mommy.
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday,
to mommy.
mommy.
Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday.
happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday.
happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
mommy.
mommy.
Hip,
Woo!
hip, hip.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Yay.
Hooray!
Happy birthday to your mommy. We are
Hooray!
celebrating her.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much. I would
Yeah. Thank
send
you. Thank you.
the song to her. I only wish I could record it, but I can't since I'm in a meeting.
Yeah.
But I will send her regards, and she's very,
Very
very
well.
grateful and excited. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you, Ruth, and
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Yeah.
Yes, Ma. So we'll be moving on to the career mapping session now. And this session is a very important one because one of the things that I've always championed, and even Madam Deborah always says, is as you're learning a whole lot about everything in the emerging technology, you have to be a solution provider. You have to do something with it. You have to make an impact with it. The same way Madam Deborah is a blessing to us, making an impact in our lives. That's the same way we also have to make an impact in the lives of others. So this career mapping session is supposed to help you think deeply as regards I've learned a whole lot in the past 2 weeks. What am I going to do with it? Am I just going to go away with a certificate? By the way, if you haven't eh, registered for a certificate, please make sure you do that as soon as possible, right? So, is it just going to end at the certificate? I now have a certificate of participation. Is that the end? No, that is just the beginning. So this career mapping session is supposed to help you to develop and refine what you have learned into what actionable steps that can make an impact in the nation, the society, individuals, businesses, and brands that you meet. Some of the speakers here, it started from somewhere. They started from somewhere. In the next 1 year, we're entering a new year. You can be one of these new speakers that would speak. Why? Because you have been able to make good use of what you have received, build on it, refine it, added more to it, and you are now somebody that is worthy to be invited to also impact others. So I want us to open the template that was sent to us yesterday. I know that some of us would still need more time to fill it. Some have submitted, which is very, very good. So for the career mapping session, it's going to be a brief session to spike us up, not to take it for granted. If you can challenge yourself and say, you know what, this I'm going to make good use of it. Where do I want to be in the next 5 years? Where do I want to be in the next 3 years? What are the things I need to add to what I already know? What are the things I need to do? The first question there gives us an introduction of who are you as a person? Who are you as a person? What do you represent? What do you stand for? What is your core values? What are your core values? What are your core skills? What skills do you need to have? So now I'm going to ask us one or two questions and give examples of some of our possible answers to guide us in the right path. So now,
When we talk about the skills you need to develop in order to be on the right path, what are some of those skills that you need to build on? What are some of those skills that you need to add? So I want us to think about it and raise your hands. It's a free zone. I'm seeing someone um, templates that has been filled, and I'm loving what I'm seeing. Amazing. Sorry about the background noise. All right. So let's start with where you want to be in 5 years. Then we'll move on to the skills and training that is required to develop. Right? I'm really loving this. Amazing. So someone says, she wants in 5 years. Let me give an example. She aspires to be a strategic leader in business development or marketing, driving innovation and transformation in the technology or wellness industry. I envision managing cross-functional teams, launching impactful campaigns, and mentoring emerging talent while maintaining a balance between professional success and personal growth. Now, some of the skills and trainings she needs is advanced digital marketing, data analytics, and programming basics. And she also needs some leadership skills in strategic decision making, team management, conflict resolution. And of course, for certification, she's looking at human resource certification, which of course will help her manage people very well. Project management certification, and amazingly, we had project and product management session. And of course, she mentioned emotional intelligence and leadership training. This is very amazing. Amazing. All right. So, can everyone hear me? Can you send me an emoji if you can hear me? Thank you, Vanessa. All right. So now I'm not going to draw so much on it because we still have our presentations to do. In essence, here are these key things to look out for. Number one, your career mapping session must be specific. There is nothing like off, like okay, maybe being a blockchain developer or a blockchain lawyer. This is a 5 years what you are working with. You have to be specific. It's either you are focusing on being a blockchain developer first, growing in it, building an expertise in it, and then transitioning or enlarging to also be a blockchain lawyer. Why? Because we are following SMART goals. And the S in SMART is specific. Your it must be specific. Look at Dangote, for instance. When he started out with Dangote cement. He built it, grew it, established it to a large extent before what? Expanding to accommodate Dangote, spaghetti, sugar, and all of that. It's the same thing even in a career path. You must be specific and you pursue it. From time to time also, you go to your career mapping template. Am I on the right track? Am I getting distracted? Am I working towards what I put there? Because trust me, this person's template I just read, if she follows it within the next 5 years, even in less than 5 years, she's not going to be on the same level that she is right now. It's not possible. Only her certifications alone will make her stand out from the rest. So there has to be that innate commitment to this career mapping template. Beyond just writing, filling, and submitting, you need to have it as a guide for yourself for the next 3 to 5 years. And where you need to make adjustments, you do that. Where you need to mark your milestone, oh, I've achieved this, you do that. When you see that, oh, I'm not doing enough, then you put in more work. So because of our time, some of you can still reach out to me afterwards for more clarity as regards the career mapping template. So thank you so much. You will not take our responses. You can send it to me in my DM. All right. And if you have any questions concerning it, you can raise your hands now. I'll answer you, or you can send it to me on WhatsApp. Thank you so much for that, for listening. Right. So let's move on to our group presentation. Our time is fast spent. I know that from our grammar session, a lot of you would have learned a lot in building a successful career too. So, which of the groups are represented here? That is for the presentation. You're the one presenting for your group. Group 1 representative, are you here? Group 2 representative, are you here? Group 3 representative, are you here? Group 4 representative, what's going on? Are you here? Group 5. Okay. Deborah, are you for group 4 or 5?
Good afternoon, ma'am, for group 4.
Group 4, okay. Thank you, Deborah.
Yes,
Group
ma'am.
5, are you here? Group 5, you're here. Group 5. Okay, no group 5. Group 6. Group 7. Group 8.
Sorry, ma. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Please, I'm here for group 5. Sorry, network was
Group 5,
fluctuating.
okay. No problem. So we have group 5. Then group 9. Group 10. And group 11. Okay, so we have 2 groups here. All right. So we'll take a presentation. So we know we have 9 more groups to go. Nimat, are you representing a group?
No, ma.
Okay. Okay. Let me confirm with my Deborah. Ma, should we take the 2 and group 5 here? Should we take the 2, or because of our time, do we just schedule it, reschedule it and communicate?
Yes, all the groups that are available, we're taking them now. Tomorrow will only be for graduation. You know, it's Sunday also. We have Sunday activities and service to God and all that. So presentations will be done today. Groups that are available are the ones we'll attend to. Thank you.
Okay, ma. All right. So group
But for
4.
others that will not be available to present, they should ensure they upload it. But that's not an excuse that those that are available shouldn't present, right? The slides
Yes,
and the
ma.
article. Thank you.
All right, ma. Okay, so group 4, please start your presentation. Can you present?
Yes, ma. I'm coming. I want to put the slide up.
Okay. All right. So once it's 3:10, 3:10, you should be done. All right. Thank you so
Okay.
much for putting in the work. You are truly appreciated. So please go ahead.
Thank you, ma.
You can start
Okay.
while you are still arranging your slides.
Okay.
Please, immediately after group 4, group 5 should go ahead and start getting ready. After group 5, then group 7 should just go ahead. Don't wait for a follow up. So I'm giving that follow up right now. So group 4, once you're done, once it's 3:10, group 4 you stop, then group 5 you start, and then group 7 you start. Thank you. So let's get started. Go on group 4.
Sorry, I want to make sure we are all seeing the slide. The slides. Please, can we see the slides?
Yes, we can see the slide. And please, let's respond. Let's respond.
Okay. Thank you very much. I am Deborah Obidima, and I am one of, we were meant to be two, but I'll start anyways. I am representing group 4, and we are speaking on, the assignment we're given was on online dispute resolution platforms and processes. And even though we were a lot of people, our team, we were up to 25 people, yet just 13 people participated in the work. Only 13 of us participated. And we divided the work, and some people did research, some people compiled, and others proofread the work, and we put it together. Glory to God, due to teamwork and hard work. So in this presentation, we'll be looking at what is, because of the time we have, we will be looking at, online, what is online dispute resolution, these techniques, platforms, the applications, the relevance, the challenges and limitations of online dispute resolution, and the future development on online dispute resolution. From the whole concept of this internship, we have been told time and time that technology has disrupted every area of the industry. And for this reason, we are encouraged to leverage it and use it in every area. So when we were given this assignment, delving into the topic, I was able to see that it did not just start now. Even though Nigeria, where we are right now, we're just acclimatizing with the topic currently, it is a new development for us. But other societies have already adopted this I've already adopted the use of technology, and they are using it. So it was able for us to get our research together and use it for our work. Okay, so what is ODR? ODR is an alternative method of resolving dispute. It is not only an alternative method, it is also used to complement the traditional methods we have. It is a shift from our traditional courts and tribunals just for dispute resolution methods to be more efficient, cost efficient, and to be faster and provide solutions on time. I'm really sorry, I did not really prepare for this part. It was someone else that was supposed to take it. Okay, ODR techniques. If you are familiar with ADR, ADR covers negotiation, mediation, arbitration, conciliation. So this ODR takes this ADR methods that we have to the next level. Instead of physical contact to be there, instead of people to come together, set aside a plan, but because of distance, because of language barrier, because of other things, ODR is able to create a platform where this negotiation, mediation, arbitration, conciliation, and every other agreement can take place after the consent of the parties, can take place online, virtually. It can take place via video media. It can take place via text. It can take place even by just email. Then we have platforms. Like I said earlier, even though Nigeria has delayed in adapting it, these platforms have already been used in other countries, like in Indonesia, in India. Most of these countries are already using ODR. They did not wait for the COVID-19 period to break out. So there are platforms like Modria, eBay Resolution Center, Cyber Settle, and Smart Settle. Application of ODR. We cannot, even if it has a lot of advantage, we know that we cannot use ODR in every aspect of law. We know for cases like criminal cases, ODR is not usually the best method for other cases like that too. But when it comes to intellectual property disputes, consumer complaints, compliance issues, regulatory issues, e-commerce issues, we know that ODR is going to be perfect for such applications. Then why ODR matters, the relevance of ODR. It is in the name, it is in the definition why we're using it, because we want to speed up this conflict resolution. In legal society, we have this mantra where we say justice delayed is justice denied. Everybody knows that. So that's why ODR needs to be encouraged and used, because this justice delayed, we are not just wasting time and cost. People also sustain a lot of emotional injuries. People sustain a lot of mental injuries waiting for these processes to pass by just for them to resolve a dispute. So ODR matters in all this kind of situation. And also the case of confidentiality is there, accessibility is there, whether rain falls, whether there is strike, whether any issue is there, people can come together and gather to resolve disputes online. Even though this ODR is very lovely when you hear about it, it seems more applicable. It is limited in application, like I said earlier, and there are also some issues. If you know things about cybersecurity, data privacy and all, hackers have a way of getting into this thing and messing things up. And for a country like Nigeria, where we don't have proper regulations, although let me not say now there are new laws that guide cybersecurity, but let me say things like confidentiality is an issue, and then admissibility, because of when it comes to international cases, all these agreements must be in writing, there must be mutual consent, and they must be in a place together. And in all these international issues, when one of these things are absent, then it could be a ground for such an agreement to be null. There is also limited awareness to the public. There's also language barrier, even though ODR, in the coming years, we'll see ODR develop to be able to meet that challenge. Then the future of ODR. Oh my God, I don't have much time. Okay, let me conclude quickly. We don't have much time. So in our conclusion, why it is not without challenges, it is potential to democratize justice and revolutionize conflict resolution. Like I said earlier, ODR, that is online dispute resolution, exists because the advent of technology in the world today cannot be overemphasized and it cannot be excused. We must take advantage of it, we must leverage it and use it to make things easier and better for us. Thank you very much for the time. I'm sorry for my lack of preparedness and everything, but thank you very much. Okay, Ma, you raised your hand up. Please, can you, if you have a question.
Thank you, Deborah, for that great presentation. That raising of the hand was an error. I was throwing in an emoji to appreciate the presentation that you have just given. God bless.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you, Ma. Please, if you have any questions, please, you can ask. I think I've spent most of my time, but questions and contributions, we are open to that, I guess. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Miss Sarah, please, I think you can take over from here.
Okay, can everybody hear me? In absence of no question, please can the next group start? In group five. Group five, are you ready? Please unmute your mic.
Hi, everybody. Can you guys hear me? Hi,
Yes,
can you
you
guys
can.
hear me? Okay, please. Let me just see if I can upload this slide. Because I'm not supposed to like do the one presenting, but my people are not available at the moment. I'm coming to give me some time. Please, I'm sorry, I'm coming.
Group 5, are you still with us? Okay, please, can the next group start their presentation while we wait for group 5? Hello.
Okay, which group is presenting now? Sarah, are you there? Okay, which group is presenting now?
My group 5 is supposed to present, but I do not know what happened.
Okay, is the representative available?
She spoke now, but I think network cut her short.
Okay. Okay. What's the name? What's the name of the person? Do you know?
No. I don't think I know
Oh,
the name.
okay. While we are waiting for her
But
to
it's no longer
connect
on the call.
on the call. Okay. So what other group is available now?
Okay. Oluwabusayo, please, I can see you sharing your screen. Unmute your mic and you can start.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm only sharing the screen for the presenter. Apparently, she's having network issues and she cannot share her screen, so I'm sharing my screen for her.
Oh, okay. What group is this?
This is group 5, ma'am.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, please, can everybody hear me now? Hello? Okay, thank you very much. So this is group 5, and our topic is on smart contracts. My group member will be the one sharing our screen because I really can't do that now. My network is really frustrating at the moment. So I can start now, right? Right.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Smart contracts are self-executing agreements with the terms of the contract directly written into code and stored on the blockchain. They automatically enforce and execute contractual obligations when predetermined conditions are met, eliminating the need for intermediaries and reducing transaction clause. Normally, in the normal sense, contract is an agreement between two parties. Probably, depending on your contract from the legal aspect, there might be need for a third party. But in smart contract, there are no needs for intermediaries or a third party. There are conditions that have to be met on blockchain. And once these conditions are met, both parties have this understanding that there's already a contract. There's no need for a third party. There's no need for any human interference also. It is just something that is already on the blockchain. Once the conditions are met, once everything is like put in place, and once the parties have both come to agree, the contract can be held enforceable. Ordinarily, in legal system, contracts are built on principle that may not seamlessly integrate with the automated code-driven nature of smart contracts. Issues such as jurisdiction, contract validity, liability, and dispute resolution require careful consideration as these digital agreements gain prominence in various sectors. Because of time, let me move on to the features of smart contracts. Some of the features of smart contracts include immutability, automation, efficiency. Immutability in the sense that in a smart contract, once can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Did you guys hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, thanks very much. Immutability in the sense that once these smart contracts are made, they cannot be altered. Only both parties, the parties involved in the contract, have access to like the contract. So there's no like in case of fraud, no fraudulent activity because it cannot be altered by just anybody. It's not something of human nature that will say, oh, this person said that, or this person wanted to do this or that. It's something that is already there. Once these conditions are met, it cannot be altered, and it's actually reduce the risk of errors and everything because we are human. In our nation, we are meant to make mistakes one way or the other, not because we are not good enough, but just because we are not perfect. But in this smart contract, it's not like a human thing. It's something that's already on the blockchain. And when these conditions are met, like the contract like just take up and from there. So once immutability, once like the contract is there and once the conditions are met, it cannot be altered and it's like a reliable and it provides like a reliable record of the agreement. Automation, it is self-executing in nature. That means it doesn't need anybody to like control it. It's something that it's already there, it's something that's already put in place, it is self-executing. There's no need for a middleman, there's no need for a third party, there's no need for an intermediary. The predefined conditions are there. And once the predefined conditions are met, the contract automatically executes, thereby reducing the need for third party intervention. Also for efficiency, it helps manage time and its cost also. Ordinarily in normal contract, they are like in a legal contract, they are parties, you have to hire an attorney, you have to like pay them and everything. But in a smart contract, there's no need for this third party, there's no need for so many people. So it's more cost effective for probably for a company that wants to use it for supply chain or something, it's cost effective and time also because it's not done by humans, it's something that is already there. So it's like it will help like manage time and all. So the legal application of smart contract. In as much as smart contract usher in new era of efficiency and automation, they also raise legal concerns and implications that require thorough scrutiny regarding their legality and efficiency in capital market transactions. One of the considerations to smart contracts in comparison to normal traditional contract is validity and enforceability. Currently, there is no legal framework or legal backing that recognize smart contracts in Nigeria. Their enforceability depends on traditional contract law principles. That is, now there's no laws that said, okay, that recognize smart contracts as being enforceable. But in the ordinary sense of contract in the legal aspect, like contract is enforceable. Contract is any agreement between two parties that is enforceable. So this is where smart contract comes under as a normal legal contract because it does not have a law on its own guiding it or enforcing it in Nigeria. However, Nigeria courts recognize a contract as an agreement between two or more parties that create obligations capable of being enforced or otherwise legally recognized. In addition, the Evidence Act 2011, as amended, recognized the use of digital signatures in court documents or legal processes. The cryptographic signature of a party serves as a proof of acceptance. That the smart contract is not expressly stated in any constitution or any act as one that is being enforceable, but it comes under normal contract as being enforceable. And also the Evidence Act recognized digital signatures in court documents or legal processes. Also, the governing law and jurisdiction. Given the decentralized nature of blockchain networks, determining the applicable law and jurisdiction in case of dispute can be challenging. In normal contract, like there's always a jurisdiction of where court can handle and everything. But in smart contract, under blockchain, determining what law is applicable and what jurisdiction this cover is like a concerning issue. Also, the third one, potential risks and challenges, which such as coding errors and other natural language versions of smart contracts may discourage its use given that it is immutable. It's immutable in the fact that once it has been done, it cannot be altered or anything. So one of the concerning issues raised by legal implications is that, okay, what if, in the sense that the smart contract is immutable, you can't alter it, what if there's like a coding error or there's one mistake? So how does this work? That's one of the concerning issues that was being raised. Because of time, I will just move over to the issues with, let me just mention the other legal implications. KYC and AML/CFT requirements, data protection, liability in conventional contracts. Also, the issues with smart contract enforcement in law. Smart contracts, like normal contracts, rely on established legal principles, idea, and concept. That means for a smart contract to be enforceable in law, it needs to fulfill all the basic requirements of a traditional contract. The difference between smart contracts and traditional contracts lies in the conversion of legal elements such as offer, acceptance, intent, and capacity into lines of code. That is the major difference between a smart contract is also a normal contract, but just that in normal contracts we have offer where the party will have to communicate, okay, this is what I want, and this one accept the offer and intention to enter into a legal contract and so on and so forth. But in a smart contract, these offer, these acceptance, all these legal requirements are then transmitted into code. So instead of the normal, it's still a contract in the sense that that offer, that acceptance is still there. But instead of the normal way of going about it, it's not into code and it's just like conditions are just to be met on the blockchain. The issues with smart contract enforcement in Nigeria, cross-border transactions, contract negotiation issues, remediation and dispute resolution issues, interpretation issues, amendment and termination issues, risk allocation for attacks and failures. I will speak on just three because of time. Cross-border transaction. The law is to a certain extent a geographically bound phenomenon as law differs from state to state. Blockchain is a highly decentralized system, unlike the law that cuts across several borders and remains the same. When issues arise from smart contracts, determining what law is appropriate to apply is now an hindrance to the enforcement of this contract. Normally, in normal contracts, when the issues arises, they always be like, okay, what law is to be applied in this situation? What court has jurisdiction to hear this issue? But in a smart contract, it's not like that because it's not like stated in any particular area or it's not limited to a particular area or anything. So this one now is an issue that is with smart contract and enforcement in law. Okay. Contract negotiation issues. Normal contract allows for offers and counter offers. Somebody is going to like communicate, okay, this is what I can afford. This one saying no, let's do it this way. So in normal contract, normal contract is open for negotiation in the sense that you can Party A can tell Party B, okay, I'm not comfortable with these conditions. Let's bring it down. Party B will accept and everything. But in a smart contract, there's no such opportunity in the sense that the terms are already there, the conditions are already there. Once both parties decide to come together and these predefined conditions are met, it cannot be altered again. There's no room for negotiation. There's no room for, oh, I'm not comfortable with this term. I'm not going. It is just there. That's one of the hindrance. That's one of the issues with smart contract in relation to enforcement in law. Also, remediation and dispute resolution issue. In a smart contract, it may be difficult to obtain satisfactory legal remedies when issues arise. Aside from jurisdictional issues, certain remedies such as rescission and termination of contract cannot be obtained because smart contract executes immediately after the requirement are met. In a normal contract, there is what we call termination of contract, and there are rules guiding this termination and everything. But in a smart contract, you can't terminate the contract once you've already met the conditions, you've already agreed and everything, you cannot turn your back on the contract. These are one of the issues that are there in relation to enforcement in law. So I'll move over to the recommendations and all. In as much as smart contract is a very, very profitable and fast fast, what's the word now? In as much as smart contract is very profitable and fast, there are also issues that are concerning the smart contract as to its regulation in Nigeria. And there are some measures that have been put in place or recommended in order to deal with these issues that are arising. Inclusion of jurisdiction and choice of law clauses. Parties should expressly agree on which jurisdiction laws will apply to the agreement in the event of a dispute. That is, before the whole conditions are made, the parties should come together and agree that, okay, if should in case any dispute or any issue arise, this is the law we should make use of. So that to avoid that when issues will arise now, they will start looking at, okay, which jurisdiction, which law should apply to it. So in that case of, oh, if issue arise, the both parties should be able to come together to decide that, okay, this is the law they want to apply to this situation. Also, adoption of blockchain-based dispute resolution systems. To handle disputes specific to smart contracts, parties can rely on blockchain-based arbitration platforms. Decentralized solutions like Cleros or Aragon courts enable the community or designated arbitrators to interpret disputed terms objectively and fairly. In relation to disputes, laws have been put in place, solutions have been put in place, like Teros or Aragon Court, to be able to enable to like interpret these disputes and find a solution to it in case of smart contracts, in relation to smart contracts, sorry. Also, definition of third-party developer liability. When third-party developers are engaged, contracts should define their responsibilities. That is, when both parties have come together to say they want to have a contract in a smart contract, they should the contract should be able to like define their responsibilities to avoid, oh, I was not aware of this, oh, I'm not sure this was the thing. Responsibility should be put in place assigned to both parties to avoid disputes and all. Hiring independent code examiners, utilization of modular designs, sorry.
Sorry, can you round up? You're past 8 minutes. Did you hear me? Group 5? I think her network. Are you still with us, Group 5? Oluwabisayo, can you complete it for her, please?
Okay, ma. So for the recommendations, she was earlier talking about the definition of the third-party development liability. Another recommendation that we say to improve the legal implications of smart contract is hiring independent code examiners and utilization of modular designs. Also, harmonization of global regulations, which is something that would really help because the fact that there are a lot of different laws that govern smart contracts around the world, everybody tries to create these contracts based on the ones that will or is most likely to favor them. And where there is a general contract, where there's a general regulation on smart contracts, it will really help. Also, for conclusion and key takeaways, as we all know, smart contracts are independent agreements executed on blockchains. They are immutable, automated, and efficient. They present a host of legal implications ranging from validity to jurisdiction, unique risk, and liabilities. And for the implementing recommendations, we say inclusion of the choice of law clauses, adoption of blockchain-based dispute resolution system that can ease people into frequent use of smart contracts in their everyday lives. Thank you for listening.
I'm so sorry. My network went blank. I'm so sorry. But I believe my group member has already completed everything. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Group 5. Thank you very much. Ruth from Group 7, you said you are ready?
Yes, ma.
Okay, please start. You have 8 minutes.
Can we see my slides? Okay, please can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Alright. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Adamu Ruth Oloiji, and I'll be speaking on the topic cyber warfare, international laws, and regulatory framework. This is a topic presentation by Group 7. So, first, 21st century academics and policymakers agree that continuing power and significance of modern cyber weapons threaten state norms and international laws, such as the International Humanitarian Law and also the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In the year 2007, Estonia, a small Baltic country, suffered a series of massive cyber attacks that targeted its critical infrastructure, including government websites, banks, and media outlets. Now, recent cyber attacks have demonstrated blatant violations of international humanitarian laws and the UDHR. This stems mainly from lack of regulations addressing the issue. Also, there are no internationally recognized regulations, neither are there specific treaties or means to prevent their use and proliferation. Now, the reliance of many countries and nations on digital infrastructure has made it pertinent for the existence of laws to regulate cyber attacks, cyber warfare, but unfortunately, these systems are not put in place. Next, we'll be defining what cyber warfare is all about. Cyber warfare refers to destroying the information and communication systems that an adversary relies upon so as to get advantage over an adversary. Usually, this is done by either a state or a non-state actor, but most times it's non-state actors that are involved in cyber warfare. And what happens is that when they are caught, the states behind them are usually they they are usually they usually deny allegations of being involved in those crimes. So it's difficult to know which states are involved in these practices, since it's just a group of people that they send to do these things. Another definition emerged in due course, defined cyber warfare as the use of network-based capabilities of one state to disrupt, deny, degrade, manipulate, or destroy information resident in computers and computer networks, or the computers and networks themselves of another state. So in the introduction, I talked about what happened in 2007 in Estonia, how their cyber system was attacked, and then critical infrastructure such as government websites, banks, and media outlets were affected. This is telling us that this thing is something that should not be joked with. Cyber warfare is something that should not be joked with, as it has the ability to put nations under serious attack. So we'll be looking at the international legal frameworks that govern this cyber warfare. Number one, we have the United Nations Charter of 1945. Now, it is the most important source of the jus ad bellum, which provides that states or prohibits the use of force by states in international relations. Section 2, subsection 4 of the UN Charter is the cornerstone provision, setting out the prohibitions of use of force in modern international law. Now, since this UN Charter is a customary international law, as such, the prohibitions bind all states of the world. However, there are exceptions to the provisions of Article 2 of the UN Charter. These exceptions involve self-defense under Article 51. Another international regulatory framework is the Tallinn Manual. Now, what necessitated what gave birth to the Tallinn Manual was what happened in 2007 in Estonia. After that event, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization found the need for a global sort of cooperation or a global framework that will regulate cyber warfare. And then a process was set in place, and it was led by Professor Michael Stimitz of the United Nations Naval War College, an extensive writer on the subject, alongside other 20 experts. Their works to provide a framework that will regulate cyber warfare resulted in the publishment of the manual in the year 2013. Also, we have the Budapest Convention. This is the first international treaty focused specifically on combating cybercrime. Article 2 mandates that cybercrime be treated as a criminal offense under national laws, encouraging international cooperation and investigation of cybercrime. Although it does not directly address cyber warfare between states, it provides for cyber attacks and the line between criminal and military warfare. Now, limitations of the current framework. First, there is difficulty in applying international norms and laws. Chapter 1, Article 2, Paragraph 4, and Chapter 7 of the UN Charter provide that state actors can only use force as a form of self-defense against an armed attack. Without proper international regulations, states who consider cyber attacks equivalent to armed attacks can justify the use of retaliatory attacks in the name of self-defense. So next, we'll be moving over to the recommendations. The first recommendation is bilateral agreement. So since we've seen that the legal frameworks that exist, they have limitations. The UN Charter, states can use the exception of self-defense to attack another state using cyber warfare. The recommendations given are: number one, bilateral agreements. Bilateral agreements are crucial for managing the challenges of cyber warfare. These agreements should establish clear rules for state and conduct in cyberspace. So what we are saying is that there should be bilateral agreements between nations that will establish clear rules for state conduct in the cyberspace. Furthermore, bilateral agreements should include mechanisms for direct communication and early warning systems to reduce misunderstanding and escalate tensions. So in a situation where there is a cyber attack or a cyber attack on a country's system, computer network and system, there should be early communication between states so that they can de-escalate tensions, also reduce or resolve misunderstandings. Early exchange of threat intelligence and joint security initiatives can help you trust and foster collaboration. This is very important. When states come together to build intelligence and joint cybersecurity initiatives, they'll be able to trust each other more, and it will help to reduce the occurrence of cyber attacks. Privacy and data protection must also be considered, ensuring alignment with international standards like the General Data Protection Regulation to safeguard citizens' rights and avoid violations during cyber responses. So the privacy and the data of citizens in various countries, in various states should be well protected. There should be agreements to protect the data of citizens. So that in a position where there is a conflict, there's a cyber war going on between two states, the data of their citizens are protected. Now, regional bodies also have a role to play. An example is the EU Cybersecurity Act of 2019, establishing a unified cybersecurity approach across member states. Other regional bodies should put in this initiative that the EU has put in place in order to regulate cyber warfare. Regional conventions should clearly define the boundaries between cyber attack, cybercrime, and acts of warfare, establishing penalties for violation. In conclusion, cyber warfare represents a paradigm shift in the nature of conflict, challenging traditional notions of sovereignty and security, while international law offers a foundation for regulating these threats. Developing a comprehensive and enforceable legal framework is imperative to ensure peace and stability in the cyberspace. Collaborative efforts between states and international organizations hold a key to addressing these critical issues. So that's our presentation on cyber warfare, international laws, and regulatory frameworks. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay,
I'm done
thank
with
you
my
so much.
presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Group 7. Thank you. Please, if your group has not presented, please let me know in the in-call message. Let's be snappy with that. If you are ready, you can also unmute your mic. Every other group, please. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 6, Group 8, Group 9, Group 10, Group 11. Please unmute your mic if you are ready. Ruth, you can stop sharing your screen now. Thank you. I don't want to believe there are no other groups here.
Yes, we already sort to cut in now. We already took the roll call of the groups that are available. So just group 4, 5, 7, and I think one other group, about 3 or 4 of them. Have they all presented?
Group 4, Group 5, and Group 7 have presented.
Yes, and those are the groups available. Except for one team. Any other group available? Group 8. Which group is this? Olu Muyiwa.
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon.
Ma, I thought they, because I did not see anybody to like present on the group. I was not able to like get to talk to them on the group. I thought they were going to present. So I don't know, maybe I should just like try from what I can. Like
Yes,
do
you
something,
can.
yeah.
Go ahead. What group are you?
Group 1.
Okay, please go ahead.
Let me see if I want to share my
But
screen.
hold on. While you are showing your screen, which other group is represented now? Group 8 is here. Which other group? Let's be quick. Which other group is? Okay, so our administrator only. So we have them group 1 and group 8. So over to you, ma'am. So once they are done, we can definitely call on Madam Deborah for closing remark, and then maybe you help us with the announcements for tomorrow. We have our graduation tomorrow, and then we can now come to close today's session. So over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Group 1, Olu Muiwa. We are ready for you. Please unmute your mic and you can start. Are you still with us?
I'm trying to share my screen.
No problem.
8 minutes.
So it's supposed to show, I don't know why it's not showing. But our topic is because I don't know what I'm doing.
Olu Muiwa, do you want to go after group 8? If that's comfortable for you, maybe group 8 should go, then you would. Can you hear me? Okay, I think her network. So please, group 8, you can start. Blessing from group 8, you can start. Blessing, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm just trying to set up my sharing of screen.
Okay.
Hello, which group is presenting now, please?
Group 8, ma.
Because we can't hear. Are you hearing
No,
her?
she has not started. She's trying to set up.
All right,
Sorry,
thank
please.
you.
Everyone can see my screen.
We can see your screen.
Okay. I'm Blessing from Group 8, and our topic is intellectual property protection in the cyberspace. Now, speaking of intellectual property, what's intellectual property? And in that too, in the cyberspace, these are legal rights that have been granted for the creation of minds, like what people think of, what they come up with, their ideas. When you give it a force of backing, making them be able to turn their ideas to value, to be protected, to prevent theft. That's what intellectual property protection is in law. And we acknowledge that the world is growing. We're actually in a digital era and we're advancing to a more developed digital era. And infringement happens in the nick of seconds nowadays. It has led to the reason we come up with ideas on how to protect people's rights, protect creators' rights, to make their work give them the value they want so that they don't create something today and tomorrow someone else is taking the praise for it or taking the value coming out of that thing. This has led us to discussing what intellectual property infringement means. It comes about in individual, when individual things are distributed, when their copies of their work are distributed without giving them proper recognition, without their authorization. It even includes pirated copies we see online, things we just go click on and download. It's someone's hard work, right? And they need to be acknowledged. They need to receive the value from what they do. These violations people do, these pirated things we see online, violate the property of the owner because it's the creation of their thinking, and they have things to gain from these creations. And these violations can lead to very significant legal and financial repercussions to the offender. Gone are those days when you can't trace who stole what. Nowadays, there's always digital traces, right? So you'll be able to trace what happened, trace the beginning to the ending of something that has passed hands digitally in order to afford justice to the creator of that work. Additionally, violations like this undermine the value of intellectual property. It discourages innovations because why will I write a piece and then tomorrow someone else is taking the praise for the piece, taking the value for the piece? I wouldn't want to put in my knowledge there because I have to think before coming up with that piece. What's the point of it? So it will discourage innovation, it will discourage investors who would want to invest in that piece because no one is protecting their rights. So most countries are looking for ways to protect the rights of every person who creates something. We are all creators, we create even the littlest of things. And I think even if it doesn't just bring us funds, we would like to be acknowledged for what we create. Now, moving forward to examples of online IP infringement. For copyright infringement, right? Copyright are things like books or poems or what have you. Digital content sharing is a kind of infringement. You see, someone shares a book today, please don't pass it. You see them in PDFs, you see them in different ways, you keep passing, and then before you know, the real owner of the thing makes nothing from what he created. We have web content issues and social media violations because you can share documents, you can share information in the nick of time. For trademarks infringement, we have domain name issues. Trademarks are things that make our businesses known, that unique thing to our business. If you see the Coca-Cola sign everywhere, you know that it belongs to Coca-Cola. This product is a product of Coca-Cola. So you can see logos, things being shared all around that will infringe on the rights of other people. E-commerce violation, when you see counterfeiting goods and all. Social media brand abuse, right? It deceives the consumers and as well does no good to the owner. Then we have legal frameworks that support IP protection, including, first of it is the Berne Convention. That's the origin of all recognition for intellectual property. Then we have the TRIPS Agreement, which is the international treaty now signed to acknowledge that, yes, we acknowledge intellectual property and it's something that has to be protected. We have the US digital copyright laws. We have domain name disputes. We have national IP laws like in Nigeria. We have our national IP laws protecting the Copyright Act, the Patent Act, the Trademarks Act that we have in Nigeria, protecting these various forms of intellectual property. But there are also technological solutions, right? The laws may not be enough at times because they are there, they exist, but what happens the law can't come up and trace immediately who violated someone else's rights. So we have technological solutions in this vast growing economic and digital age to help protect IP. We have solutions like the blockchain, as we can see, that we've been talking about since the day one of this wonderful program. The blockchain can help ownership tracking. It helps to keep things coded. It helps to keep things secure, encrypted, right? We have the automated content recognition. You just know who wrote this. You bring it up and it's written there, it's stated there, this belongs to someone else. If you need any other thing concerning this, you have to approach this owner or something. We have AI-powered monitoring, right? It helps us to recognize, did you steal this? Did you plagiarize this? Does this belong to someone else? Steps to keep all these online theft in check. We have the digital rights management. You can simply just complain that someone's violating your right. And we see different sites using this to keep a check on people that will just violate others' rights. Now, we have some best practices, right? Nigeria is developing. We won't just say Nigeria has nowhere to go because Nigeria is growing fast. We have to accept the fact. Though we're a bit slow, but I believe we'll make it. So to do that, we have to adopt some best practices for the protection of IP in the cyberspace, right? We have to strengthen our legal frameworks. If we adapt international treaties like we've signed to the TRIPS agreement, and if we have a comprehensive national legislation, not just one that is 50 years old, 60 years old, without being revised to adapt to the emerging trends. If we have such strengthening of our legal frameworks, it will help protect our IP in our cyberspace. If we have strong enforcement mechanisms, not that someone violates someone else's rights and goes scot-free to it, right? Or just waiting till they charge the person to court. We have immediate solutions to make sure people pay for what they steal. I think they wouldn't want to steal people's work like that. If we implement advanced technology like encryption, the blockchain integration, to see a way to stop rights infringement. If we promote awareness and education, like people create a lot of things every day, even the traditional knowledge, but they don't know that they have rights over this, right? They don't know it can be protected, and before you know, someone is stealing someone else's idea. So if we create awareness and education, to people who know nothing about this property, people who know nothing about their rights, people who don't know that they're stealing someone else's rights, it will help protect IP in the cyberspace. If we go into international collaboration, right, no one is an island on its own. It's a global village. It's very small. We can actually just work together, sign treaties with other countries, aiming to protect our creators' rights in their countries, right? If we share information like we're sharing information through this space right now, right? Many people is passing, it's over there on the YouTube, is passing. People should learn more that you can protect your right through this avenue and this. If we go through global partnerships, and if we enhance our enforcement mechanism, online monitoring, monitor when someone shares something that isn't theirs, doesn't have any verification from the creator, it should be brought down. Places like Instagram, they're using that mechanism, right? Monitor people sharing what is not theirs. If we have specialized cybercrime units that are just focused on stopping cybercrime, that's their focus, that's all they do. I think they'll put in their heart to what they're being paid for, right? And if we have prompt legal action, like to prosecute offenders, by the time you prosecute 1, 2, 3, and you make it widespread, people would actually reduce, or it will reduce the amount of people who infringe on others' rights. And if we encourage private sector engagements, I know the government is the government, but like if we shake hands as a government with other private firms, technological firms, artistic firms to protect the rights of creators, I think it would help. If you provide accessible IP registration system, right? People will be saying, is it till I go to the patent office or to the trademarks office that somewhere maybe in Abuja or something? It's too far. But if we can have it just online, click, it's your work, submit the proof, and then it gives, right? It will encourage people to just submit their proof. Creators will register their IP and get what they ought to get from their work. We can find this in notable case studies, right? We can see Napster's case. It had a great notable impact on digital music industries, and they stopped. I think it's more about making use of the mechanism available to protect the rights of their artists, right? Even YouTube uses the DMCA to protect the right of everyone who uploads something on their platform, right? Social media counterfeiting. Even Alibaba was harshly criticized for having counterfeiting goods on their platform, by which they then adopted monitoring to bring down counterfeit goods on their platform, right? It will, and give respect to who respect is due, give ownership to who ownership is due. It will help prevent or at least reduce intellectual property stealing and online theft on the cyberspace. In conclusion, intellectual property in the cyberspace is very, very complex, right? People create things every day. The cyberspace is wide. There is no end to it. But it's very crucial because we have to protect everything that's created, right? And our success in this area is something of all levels. Everyone must be in hand to protect intellectual property in the cyberspace. So if we have a combination of legal frameworks, technological solutions, international cooperation, and continuous change, adaptation to new challenges and the growth every day, I think it will help to afford rights to those who create something, protect them, and encourage innovators, encourage investors to do their best to create and help intellectual property in the cyberspace. Thank you so much. This is what we have from Group 8 for intellectual property in the cyberspace. Any questions or I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Group 8. Eniola from Group 10, you said you are ready. Are you still
Yes,
on?
good afternoon.
Okay, please proceed. You have 8 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eniola Jegede, and I'm presenting for Group 10. So I'll quickly share my screen now. Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'll proceed now. So our topic for Group 10 is the impact of artificial intelligence on cyber security and data privacy. So what does this really mean? So we all know that the technological landscape is undergoing a mighty revolution, and it's permeating through various fields of industry. And one of its impacts can be seen in the field of AI as pertains to cyber security and data privacy. And Due to this innovative solution that AI brings in combating cyber threats and attacks, and also in data protection, there's a need for a balance on all sides. So this presentation will explore the significant contributions of artificial intelligence to the areas of cybersecurity and data privacy, as well as its benefits, disadvantages, and the need for a proper balance between all of this. So what exactly is AI? Artificial intelligence is a branch of computer science that gives machines the ability to perform human-like tasks such as learning, problem solving, reasoning, and so on. So AI systems process data, they analyze it, and they respond to it. Our own use of these AI devices. So they also adapt their behavior based on the effect of their previous actions. And some real world applications of AI include digital assistants. So most of us that have phones, Android phones or iPhones, we have Siri, we have Alexa, we have Google Assistant, and you can just, and Google now has Gemini. So you can just take your phone, use this AI to do some research and all of that. And it also includes search engines such as Google, Yahoo, and it's also in the transportation system, transportation, traffic management apps, and navigation apps, direction apps, in healthcare for, machines and devices that are used for early diagnosis of diseases, disease tracking, and so on. Also in the advertising sector, AI has also been implemented to help create ease in the areas of ad creation, budget optimization, and so many other things. So what is cybersecurity? Cybersecurity refers to the collective methods, technologies, and processes that help to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of computer systems, network, and data against cyber attacks and unauthorized access. So basically, we all use computers to perform different tasks, and there are some miscreants on the net, on the cyberspace, that try to steal people's information and use it and manipulate it for different purposes. So cybersecurity comes into play to stop cyber attacks and to curb the changing, destroying, and accessing of sensitive information. There's also the important concept of data privacy. Data privacy is simply the ability of individuals to control their personal information. It forms an integral part of data protection, as privacy rights are considered universally fundamental. Data privacy laws seek to ensure that individuals not only have control over their personal data, but also that when such data is deployed in systems, they are deployed in a manner that reflects ethical, legal, and responsible considerations. So data privacy just basically deals with protection of data. And, there are some things that we personally don't want out there. So, on some sites you see cookies and they won't have access to certain information, and you can accept or you can decline. And data privacy laws are in place to protect us so that our data is safe and not used in a way that we wouldn't agree with. So there's also the concept of the digital landscape. So the digital landscape, like I hinted at before, is a growing field. We're in the digital age, and there's an ever increasing reliance on technology. So with the reliance on technology comes more input of data and all of that. And with more people using technology, with more people filling out their information and data, there's more cyber threats. So AI is a AI has come into play as a cybersecurity tool, and the development of artificial intelligence has brought many breakthroughs in the area of cybersecurity. We can now AI processes has the ability to process a large amount of data and varying types of data, and it does this at a speed and accuracy which traditional methods cannot do. And it can also detect threats in real time and respond proactively, calling attacks such as phishing, breaches of privacy, stealing of data, and it also even has predictive analysis, so it can foresee, so to speak, predict, that's what I mean, attacks, and it can stop and stall those attacks with ease. So there are also AI as a cyber okay sorry um AI as a cyber security threat. So though AI has its good parts in protecting the cybersecurity space, it also comes with some negative sides. And the thing is that there are a lot of unscrupulous individuals, cyber attackers, looking for data to harness. And the advent of AI makes it easier for such individuals, such skillful individuals, to launch their attacks in a more sophisticated way. Like, for example, now there are AI apps that can manipulate a person's voice. If you want someone that sings like Beyonce, you can get that with AI. You just have to know your way around it, and then you can, impersonate, you can manipulate with AI, and that's why it serves as a cybersecurity threat, though it has its good sides, because it can be used for fraud, it can be used for impersonation, and it can even, drive more cyber attacks if care is not taken. So the impact of AI is very important for data privacy, and this is seen in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, also the Data Protection Act, which establishes a commission that sets out the regulations for processing of personal information, that's to say private data. So there's a need to balance this innovation and security. So as aforementioned, so AI has a major impact on the public and individuals. So the maintenance of the public's trust in AI technologies cannot be neglected. So how can this be done? By promotion of public awareness and digital literacy, sensitize the public about AI, the proper way to use it, the dangers of it, what information they should give, what information they shouldn't give. And this can be done in schools and so on. There's also the creation of proper regulations for AI. It's very important to make laws and regulations that, even borrowing from international organizations, international other countries, look at the standards they've set in protecting the data and privacy of their citizens, and we can adopt that. And there's also a need for continuous learning and adaptation of the new trends in AI, and we should make sure to teach it to various individuals who are willing to learn and all of that. So in conclusion, AI is a double-edged sword, offering both benefits and risks. Responsible AI development and strong cybersecurity measures are essential, and there's a need for collaboration between humans and AI. As humans should use AI in a way that's right, in a way that's ethical, so that we can avoid challenges in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Daniela. Thank you very, very much. Is there any group that is ready? If your group has not presented, please unmute your mic. I think Olumuyiwa joined us back, or she has left. Okay. So before I hand over to Madam Deborah, is there any group that is yet to present? Okay. Okay, then let me just quickly run through the announcements since there's no other group. Your personal articles are due on the 30th of this month, and we have given you the guidelines for the personal articles. You are to give your own topic, and then you have to submit it on the 30th. Any other announcements, we'll place it on the group. Miss Deborah, over to you, ma'am.
Hello, everyone.
Okay. Can hear you, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation by the amazing speakers for the various groups. So how many groups were we able to take? Onyinye, how many groups?
I think 5. Group 4, group 5, group 7, and group 10. So yes, 5. Group
Wow,
1
that's
is not present. I don't know what
okay.
happened to group 3 or the rest. I tried contacting them, but I don't think anyone is online.
Yeah, so no problem. I want to appreciate every one of you who committed your time and your efforts to preparing your slides, and I believe you've also prepared the article and probably uploaded them in the shared Google Drive, right? Group 8 presented. All right, thank you to you. For the 5 groups that presented, thank you to you. This presentation was to also help you dive into these various topics, to have some, knowledge, personal knowledge yourself. I want to say a very big thank you to all the presenters. While I might not remember all the names, I remember Eniola Jegede, and who was the first person that did the presentation? I mean, I listened to everyone, but I didn't pay about my mind to the names of the various names for the presenters. So I had another meeting to shuttle in between. So I say a very big thank you to you all, and I hope that you were able to have some direct, access, or you were able to explore directly by yourself some of the topics or some of the bugging questions within this emerging tech space, right? And that's the essence, because there's a difference between what you hear, what has been researched by another person, or what has been experienced by another person, or what has come to the knowledge of another person by experience or by any form presented to you. Yes, while you can learn from that, when you are given the task to go all in and dive deep, or deep dive rather, into those various topics, it helps to expand your horizon and helps to expand your knowledge concerning such topics and such areas. So for emerging areas like this, of course, we understand that we need to seriously commit to continuous learning. And as a part of you going on this research on the various topics that you were given, I believe that some new insights were presented to you. And so based on those insights that you got from your research, as a group, for all the contributors also, I say a very big thank you. While I appreciate the presenters, I appreciate them because I know that they also contributed greatly. That was why they were able to speak to it, right? And then for every of the contributors of the various groups, I say thank you for committing to your the personal and professional development. And for those that are not here, that's not right. For the groups that did not present, we have never in the history of this platform had it like this, that about 5 groups will not present. We have never. And tomorrow will be the graduation. Today marks the end of the session. And so we won't be able to shift it again to another day, right? So I implore you that in everything that we do, we must always commit. And I appreciate every one of you that committed and availed yourself. And we have to say this because there will be a replaying of this recording. So those who did not attend and who did not present, please let's not employ this kind of attitude, right? Because in most cases, life will never present you with the right time. So you have to, in most cases, you just have to you have to prioritize and be able to triage between the things that you do, right? And committing to this platform for the past 2 weeks, it is very, very important that no matter how clashing it could be, you just have to know that there is no excuse. You have to find that time, knowing that, oh, this is the final day of the whole session. You just need to put in something, put in your effort to come and educate others about the insight that you have gotten around your topic. So you have deprived, or for those that did not come to present on their own, they have deprived others from learning on that aspect that they were given, and which is not right. As we consume, let's also learn to dish out, right? In terms of knowledge and whatever it is that we involve in. As we gain, let's also make ourselves instruments for use and give out also, in terms of knowledge, in terms of every aspect that is possible for us to give out to others. So I appreciate you amazing and phenomenal ladies on this platform today, and for everyone who has availed herself or that have availed themselves from the very onset of this program to this day. This very moment marks the end of the 9th edition. And I say a big congratulations to you. Congratulations to you for committing this past 2 weeks, committing to these 2 weeks of insightful sessions that has tried to educate and empower you with the knowledge and skills that you need to thrive within this emerging tech space. And thank you to allowing us to be a part of your professional and personal journey within the legal tech space. And I say that the Almighty God, I do pray sincerely that the Almighty God will help you to be able to harness all the sessions, all the highlights, all the key takeaways, all the lessons. You will be able to harness them to get your direction in life. Like I always tell every of the editions, I'm not interested about the hype of, oh, there's a platform that we do this and we do that, but I'm more interested in the action that you take on those knowledge that you have gotten from here. Trust me. I do want to hear from you that you have created solutions, you have created platforms. Trust me, you don't need so much to create anything valuable. If you are interested and passionate about it and you put all these lessons together, go through your notes, go through the recordings, try to, process all the information that has been dished out. Because the problem we have in this present time is a problem of information overload. We're not lacking information, but we are lacking in actions. So if you can only take like a quarter of action upon everything that has been given to you on this platform for these 2 weeks, trust me, it will be more than people that have committed to months and years of internship and mentorship. I can tell you that for free. Now, I did also say, God forbid that we will claim to be like Jesus to give you everything. We can't. What we are able to do here and what we do here is to help expose you to this knowledge, help you understand the importance, help you understand the potentials, help you understand that intersection between the emerging tech and law, and help you understand your role as a woman in the society, and help you understand the fact that you are okay where you are with what you have, and that you can start with what you have where you are, and that you do not need to live a life of comparison, but whatever God has presented to you, you are unique in your own way. And like Grandma Ransom Kuti said, you are the owner of your own destiny, the master of your destiny. So take charge. And of course, I know from my belief in God that, of course, for you to be able to take charge, you really need to also call upon God for that divine enablement, for that grace to be able to take charge and to know the purpose for which He has created you. So that in this digital economy, in this digitized world, you will not be among those who are lost, but you will be among the solution providers. You will be among those who are already finding their feet, even from the four walls of the university, and for those who are already established lawyers, to also be able to find ways to scale your practice, supercharge your practice, and take it to the next level in this digitized world, thereby always being relevant, right? You don't want to fizzle out by way of automation. So if we can hear and learn from people like Grandma Ransom Kuti, who is understanding and has understood technology and telling us about the importance of AI, how much more you and I that are young, right? So there is a need for us to understand technology. That's what we've been able to make you understand. We tried, this session is a very special one, this 9th edition, and it was intentionally, I personally chose those topics around the emerging technology, the blockchain, the artificial intelligence, product management, and every other thing that you understood from the platform, just to drive home the knowledge. And now, so as you go into further research and you relate with the communities for other programs we'll be coming up with in the next year to come, you will be able to also, add all these and connect all these dots together, right? So watch out for other programs that will come. Of course, for the coming years, we'll have other programs that there are some trainings and master classes that will be coming up with. And then, of course, while we'll let you know what it entails for most of those ones, and boot camps will come. But those ones will be paid for, because we'll be bringing in the industry experts to take like 4 weeks, depending on the areas that you want to focus on. On other editions, we do have sessions specifically on data privacy, specifically on data analytics and all that. But of course, we're already coming to the end of the year, and most people are already winding up for the year, and we were not able to like secure that slot for those facilitators to avail themselves. But we do appreciate for the various speakers that have come to take your cybersecurity, product management, various aspects of the blockchain, running from the fundamentals of blockchain to smart contract, to tokenization, to tokenomics, and various aspects. Like if you break down the blockchain, there are a whole lot we can take for so long without exhausting it. Or when we want to even break down, there are times we take sessions around the DAO, decentralized autonomous organizations. We had sessions on DeFi, decentralized finance. I mean, there are a whole lot for you to understand. And all these are not to hype you, but to help you to break this whole aspect down, so that you can understand that there is a role for you as a legal professional. As much as you can leverage and use within the ecosystem and be a user, you can also be an industry player. You can be a developer if you get so intrigued about it and you are moved by technicalities. But do understand that within the tech space, especially the emerging tech space, you do not need to have the knowledge of the technicalities. But while we have the technical aspect, we have the non-technical aspect. And of course, we as lawyers are at a greater advantage than any other industry, I would say. You remember from Dr. Oluseyi the other time when he said he feels that even the artificial intelligence, the whole thing about engineers is like the same thing that lawyers do. And while they deal with codes, we are dealing with, writing all those agreements and all those clauses and the rest of it. So it's very important that we understand blockchain, understand artificial intelligence, know how we can leverage it, know how we can look into the various legal implications within this space. Like I said, you don't need to overwhelm yourself. Take it a step at a time. As much as you have committed to this level, it's a right step towards the right direction. And the thing is, I always say, your intention is not to stay where technology is, but to go ahead of technology, researching for that day by day. And then, of course, try to rest also in between, right? So that you don't overload yourself and overwhelm yourself to get depleted, right? So in all that you do, always allow God to lead you. And remember that you could also help to lift another woman, that whatever you do, let the good virtue and great values, let it be your anchor. Let that lead you. Always have in mind to learn from everyone. Do not discriminate between other women. Like I recalled earlier on the platform, I did say that on this platform, most of the challenges I do have in terms of even the speakers are majorly from women. I've had more support. I say this anywhere I go, from men than I've heard from women. It doesn't have to be so. So let us build a community of women that are poised to working together and then building great solutions, supporting each other and lifting each other. And that way also we should see ourselves as collaborators with men and women alike, and not see ourselves as being in competition against men or against women ourselves, right? And if you see anyone going wrong, don't say it's not your business. You could call and talk out of love. Remember, don't, in the bid to correct also, do not get so critical to break the person to the level that the person has no idea whether you're trying to break her or whether you are trying to correct. And remember that the success of another person, the success of Karima, Blessing, Onyinye, Eniola, Fadipe, and the rest of you, Ruth, and everyone, the success of you all will not be my downfall. My success will not be your downfall. What am I saying in essence? Every of you, your success is my success. If we view it from that aspect, you will not be angry with your friend when they find their feet before you, knowing that you weren't born the same day. If by coincidence you even have the same birthday and the same time of delivery, that probably you talk about, oh, I was born 2 p.m. the year I was born, and the other person says I was born 2 p.m. It doesn't mean you have the same destiny. So remember that in the order of destiny, God has a very special plan for you, and that your own destiny is different from another person's destiny. And while the other party is already fulfilling her own, you can help clap and cheer them up while you work towards attaining yours. And when yours come also, we'll join together to clap for you. But I do know that every one of you are made for the top, and we're only permitted to see ourselves at the top and not at the bottom, right? And so in any way that you can help yourself and yourselves, please collaborate with each other, connect with each other, connect with our amazing speakers, and then connect with me, Deborah Yuneoni, connect with the law firm. If you haven't, connect with our great and amazing volunteers, likes of Sarah. Sarah, we have sang for her mother today, so she's not been able to avail herself 100% because of the mom's celebration. But despite that, she created the time to avail herself during the career mapping session. That's commitment to volunteering and giving your service to the cause that you know is impacting humanity. And because they were impacted during their own edition, they saw it as a point of duty out of their commitment to sacrifice their time, their internet connection, their data to be here and then help to build and contribute their quota to the success of this edition. So we appreciate them. Sarah, I appreciate you, Oke Onyinye. I appreciate you, Habiba. I mean, we have a lot of them working at the background. We have the rest of them working as moderators, the likes of Oke Onyinye, who is here today. We've had Halima, who took yesterday. We've had Nzelu. I mean, I can't recall all their names, but I do ask that for their act of service, that the Lord will reward them immensely. And we look forward to having any of you in the subsequent editions to come as you volunteer your service, as we empower more women into the space. And as you have great innovations on how we can improve on this program, we are open to it. And then, of course, if you know how we can actually improve on it to make it bigger and greater, we're open to it, open to collaborations, open to any form of support that could make more impact within the legal tech space. And I say a very big thank you to you for your time, for your data that you have spent in every of these sessions that you availed yourself, for this presentation, for the research, for the X spaces that we have had, and for those that presented themselves, because I know that a large number of you didn't present yourself, but thank you to those that were available. So tomorrow we'll do our graduation, just to share your testimony, the testimonials of impact, right? Please endeavor to join in the X space. We did the last one, the September one on LinkedIn. This one we'll be doing on Twitter. So it will be by 7 p.m. Oke Onyinye, please help announce that within the volunteer team so it can be announced on the platform for those who are not available. So we'll have time to go to church and finish all our Sunday service activities for those who are Christians, and then by 7 p.m. we will converge on X and we'll come and share our testimonies and share some lessons for others to pick from. And the next edition of this program will be by February 2025. Also, next year will mark the 5th year of this great platform, impacting great, amazing, phenomenal visionaries, trailblazers. 5 years, and we intend to celebrate it and mark it with a big conference which will commence and be the maiden edition of the conference that we'll be having on the platform, where women that are techie from the legal space, having a cross-functional form of relationship with others from the other aspects of the industries, where we'll be having some legal hackathons and all that will be happening sometimes next year. So in line with that, we would also be looking out for those who will be able to join, volunteer, and not just volunteer, see how we can get in the support needed for sponsorship for the conference. It should happen sometimes in the third quarter of next year. And so we will be open to those that are ready to bring in any form of support, or people we can reach out for sponsorship for the program. It's going to be a great one to the glory of God, right? We've been making the impact. We didn't disturb anyone, and the feedback has been great. God has been empowering the platform on his own, and so we'll be celebrating it physically. And for every one of you, we'll be inviting you from everywhere, wherever your school is. We're ready to take you in, but we need that support and the sponsorship from organizations. And also, if you know of any that could be of help, or you want to join in the fundraising and the support for calling out for collaborations to handle those aspects, please, you can send in your details so we can start constituting the committee early on, right? Thank you so much, ladies. This is from me to you. I know we'll meet again tomorrow for the graduation. Please avail yourselves where you can share your testimonies and where you can share some of the lessons that you have learned for others to learn from, and then for those who will watch the replay of the X Space to learn from also. So I say a very big thank you to you all, volunteers and the interns and mentees of the 9th edition of the Hilton Top Solicitors Female Virtual Internship. From me to you, I still remain Deborah Enyone Oni. Thank you so much. I love you all, and I commend you into the hand of God Almighty, that it shall be well with you, that the countenance of God shall shine forth upon you and show you forth the light. He will illuminate your path and direct you. You will not be confused. By virtue of presenting yourself on this platform, every confusion has ended. And I know that whatever you have learned, even if you were confused before, right now, I ask that God will make it clear for you to be able to be guided, and those solutions you need to be able to make impact that will affect your generation, that the Lord will show you the way to go. So thank you all, ladies. Onyinye, over to you. Thank you all. A great bye-bye to you till tomorrow. Of course, the X Space, we won't see ourselves. You won't see my face again in the X Space. So this is from me to you. I say a very big thank you. It's been an exciting 2 weeks with you all, amazing ladies. I'm glad to have known you and to be a part of your journey in life. God bless you all. All right, Onyinye, over to you.
Yes, Ma. Thank you so much, Ma. I believe the interns are as happy as I am. Thank you so much, Ma, for your just giving us a little out of your wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much. Yes, I can see your emojis. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you for the prayers. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the advice. Thank you so much. So, ladies, please do not forget tomorrow, 7 p.m. on X Space. Please, if you have not been joining before, please join tomorrow. It's going to be the last one for this cohort. So please join 7 p.m. on X Space. Do not forget, set your time, set your calendar, adjust your schedule, and let's come and just impact each other. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Onyinye, sorry, before you complete, for those that have applied for their certificate, you will get it next week between is it Monday and Tuesday. By next week, before the middle of next week. And for those that have not applied, kindly put in that application, indicate interest, and then we'll be able to prepare it on time and give to you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Ms. Deborah. Thank you so much. I don't think we can thank you enough, but from the little we can say, thank you so much, Ma. We are really, really honored for giving us this opportunity. Thank you so much, Ma. Ladies, I can see your emojis. Please keep it coming. Thank you so much, Ma. We are really, really grateful. Okay, so like I said, please do not forget tomorrow, 7 p.m. on X Space. Please, please, and please do not forget. So that will be the end for today's session, ladies. Thank you once again for joining. Thank you to all the groups that presented. God bless you. See you tomorrow, 7 p.m.